Looks like we are playing someone who really sucks on that Kermit gate. Thanks for all the knowledge and answering of questions. It's true.
Alright, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. New run. New day, new run. Superman, thank you for the 7 months. I haven't spoken yet today. I've got extra morning voice. I apologize. Thank you for the 7 months, Superman. How we doing? Danny, Control, Guava Chips. Sorry about your run, Guava Chips. Best of luck on the next one. Hey, Viper. Vanessa. Kristen Kate. Jester. I need more coffee. Ugh. Hey, Mick. I'm getting presentable. Give me one moment. I'm running around doing stuff. Purple? Or purple to gray today. What do you think? We're doing gray. Purple? Okay, okay, chat. Listen. Listen. Just said that because I had the other one in my hand. Hey, trade. Spike Paragon this morning? 700. I know you went too crazy. 700. Alright, so, the new run we're starting today. Close, almost 600, nice. The new run we're starting today is, what I'm gonna call True Vampire Astarion. Quick Enigma, thank you so much for the Prime and the 3 months. I really appreciate that. Very kind. Hope you continue to enjoy all the stuff and things and stuff. E-metal thing does work, nice. So, here's my mod manager. We got all camp clothes and dyes, Bald Tash, because Vanilla Gortash don't look right. As always, Clown Clone Jahira, Disguise Self Origins and Companions, Elminster Big Naturals, Imp UI, K's Hair Extensions, K Hair Mod, More Abs Minthara, More Hair 2, Necromancy Heals Undead. So, that should work on Astarion too, but I guess we'll find out. No abs Astarion, no abs Gale, NPC eye hair skin, NPC hairs for Tav. Thank you again. Origin dialogue tags, origin mirror unlock, bangs everywhere, companion heads for Tav, other heads for Tav, Rafa Meow, reaction point on UI, show me my Dream Guardian, Strong Woman of Faerun, Raphael drip from Such a Tease, Amazing Driderman, Transmog Enhanced, Trips Shader, vanilla character creation colors for all sections, and Wither's Big Naturals. New game. I'm tempted to go on custom because the game has absolutely been pissing me off lately. So we'll do that. We'll do custom honor. Gives me the ability to reload around shitty bugs. Patch 7 just not working so good. Sometimes I need control. So we're setting camp cost multiplier to 2, trader price multiplier to 3. These things, all the tactician, and then honor rule set up here. So it's exactly the same as honor mode, except it's not single safe. I'm not even enabling the quality of life things down there. Hey, Alcatrix, how are you? Hey, Gage. Big Lady Minty? Big Lady Minty would be based. I'd take off Rhapsody since the fists are still saving. Okay. Oh, Astarion origin. But because of some handy dandy mods, we can customize exactly how he starts out. Most importantly, we can change this. Now listen. We can make him hotter. We can. Hang on. Check this out. Check this out. What if we took him from Astarion hair to the more Astarioner hair? Look at this. Are you telling me you have a problem with this? 1800s Astarion. Looks like he played with an electric socket. Mm-hmm. Bro thingy Mozart or something. You know, I have no problem with any kind of Astarion, not the Marie Antoinette Astarion. Looks like the guy from Stranger Things. Totally does. Alright, let's see. What about cultural appropriation Astarion? Astarion who saw 8 Mile and is now in a problematic phase. Alright, what else we got? I'm being selective here. I'll only get so many of these jokes before the mob gets me. Astarion who sells you shitty weed at a gas station. Astarion the vampire from Detroit. Alright, what about Astarion, but he looks like a glam rock version of himself. Like if somebody asked Neil, he'd probably actually rap Eminem as Astarion. Romance rock Astarion, hair metal Astarion. David Bowie Astarion. Put him in leather chaps and we're good to go. So those are the ones that look good. We can also get silly. Like, how's Jahihi Astarion? You know, this doesn't look as bad as I thought it would. He's kind of rocking it in a way that's making me question things. Gort Astarion? Hey, Allah. Gort Astarion? Unsubscribe. Okay, fine. Not Gort Astarion. Ms. Astarion? No, it looks like it's thinning up there. He just like me for real. No, that's not it. Yeah, that one looks about how I thought it would. That was potato salad Astarion. Around Airy Peak? I don't know which one that is. I don't live in the character creator. I just usually click randomize and go. Astarion, but he got a haircut. Eridan Starion. This just looks like what his hair would look like if you tied it back and, like, braided it a little bit. Not cursed at all. Oh, Zoomer Starion. Hell yeah. Put him in a mullet. So, I may have sent Danny a screenshot of me giving Astarion a mullet, and suddenly we're not friends anymore. For real, no cap. The broccoli hair's gotta go. Astarion, but he's here to sell you crystals and essential oils. I just can't stop coming back to this one. Or this one. Astarion Timberlake. L plus unfriended plus unsubscribed plus I put a flaming bag of dog shit on your doorstep. Oh, thank you. Right, let's go through these. No. No, no. Nope. 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 Those are gonna be no. We do have these hair options too. Let me cook. I'm having too much fun with this. We'll play the game eventually, I swear. What I stumbled into? Art. Art. Oh yeah, okay, see, it looks almost normal. Then you zoom out, you get the side view, bam. The Nosferatu Starion? Yes, Fee Ridley. Happy Thursday, how are you? The chef is in the kitchen. So excited for Vampire Run. How's everyone doing today? I'm not awake enough yet. And I'm too easily amused. Alright, alright. We can change his hair later. Let's go with a functional looking hairstyle. Oh, that's bad. Why does he look approximately 97% more evil with this haircut? Can someone explain that to me? Two rows down. This one? That looks okay. That's just the Raphael hair, though. This one. Meh. Eh. What do you think, Kevin? He's Kevining at me.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
This doesn't look bad. Basic, but not bad. But this is funny. I like how I said I was gonna just pick something, and then I still haven't. I'm normal. Anime Astarion. Astarion must cry. Or Astarion must die, rather. Yeah, Astarion may cry. Astarion must die. You know, the Devil May Cry. I've been getting back in the Devil May Cry in anticipation of that anime. And I confused the name of the series with the difficulty mode because I'm old. All right, we're going with Astarion, but he sells you shitty weed at a gas station. We can change it later. He's also not locked to being a high elf in this. In fact, he doesn't even have to be an elf. So do we make him a dragonborn? For memes. Astarion born. What else could be useful? I can make him a Gith for medium armor. I could make him a half elf. Look what they've done to my boy. Fine. Is this better? Is this what you wanted to see? I was exercising restraint, but... Double leaving? I know you're not, because it's still Astarion on the screen. Alright, we'll give him this one. It's like it belongs on the Jeffersons. You'd hate to be a gnome? Oh, true. I also need to think about this from a gameplay perspective. So, let's talk about the gameplay rules here. Finally, talking about the gameplay, the things people are actually here for. Looks exactly like Strahd's haircut. Nice. Rules. Astarion origin. Cannot enter inhabited buildings without an invitation. So, things like getting into Ethel's house, well, I'm gonna need an invitation. Cannot cross running water. That means there's certain areas of certain maps that I have to treat as blocked. Cannot use holy water. That's one I threw in there last minute. It's a minor thing, but, you know, some rules are interesting when stacked with like 50 other ones. I have to use the script extender console to apply sunlight hypersensitivity when traversing sunny areas and encountering daylight sources. So the annoying thing about applying it through the script extender console, I can't speak, is that it goes away whenever I leave the sunlight or hide, and presumably certain other conditions that I haven't yet tested out. So, I'll have to use my best judgment in applying it, because it has to be manual. Did you jump over water? No, that's crossing it. Legacy Dwarf Astarion. I should note that he doesn't visually change. He still looks exactly like Astarion. It's just, this will be purely gameplay stuff. Only garlic for camp supplies. Lick this. May only use healing potions and spells while obscured. So I was thinking about doing and this was because of tactical limitations. You know, the DOS 2 rules of inverting healing and poison. So one of the origins you could pick there, one of the races you could pick, you could be an undead in Divinity Ritual Sin 2, where healing effects will damage you and poison effects will heal you. I was thinking about doing something like that, but tactical limitations. So instead, we'll do the self-imposed restriction of I can only choose to heal when I'm not illuminated. That could make it interesting enough. Companions allowed for conversations only. The reason why I worded it that way is I can't like use a companion to run through the sun to get me a waypoint so that I could fast travel to that. I can't do things like that. And respecs are allowed. I expect to be respecking because there's probably some sections where I need to go into monk and then step of the wind pre-dash to get through the sun fast enough that I don't take too much sun damage. You just can't fight Ethel unless you kill her in her tea house. Well, Ethel invites you into her home if you talk to her in the correct way, either in the grove or just outside the Blighted Village. She doesn't specify which parts you're invited or not invited to. So, as long as I can work with that, then I can still fight Ethel. She definitely does invite. Yeah, she tells you to get out. I might be able to skip that conversation. And I don't know how I'm ruling revocation of invites, because, like, that's a slippery slope. Because, for example, you can get invited into the goblin camp, but then when you get in combat with someone, they'd say, hey, get out. And, like, well, we're fighting. And, but I'm going to rule that one as long as I do get the dialogue where Ethel invites me in, I'm fine. Same with going to the House of Hope, for example. Raphael will forcefully drag you there in dialogue the first time, but going in after that is something that I can't do unless I figure out a workaround. I'll jump through waterfall. That's an interesting problem that I hadn't thought about. Cazador, do you need to let yourself be captured? No. That would be game over. I rule it as if you're in the invited area, they can't uninvite you. Yeah, I'm thinking the same, Viper. Yeah, I know which room you're talking about, Rose Beauty. That's one that I, quite frankly, hadn't thought about. There is definitely a waterfall that you need to go through. Dialogue options kind of important for the invites. Raphael invites you in Act 3 regarding the Hammer for the Crown. Does he invite you specifically to the house? Because he'll make the deal with you, but I don't think he invites you to the house, because he doesn't give you the means to get there. You have to break in. Like, the way you get in is by either having Hellsick help you break in, or by taking Hellsick's shit and breaking in. Would Misty Step, some other form of teleporting, work, since technically you're not really passing through? Maybe I allow that there. Maybe only in gaseous form. I kind of like that. Gaseous form specifically, because that's very vampire-y, and if I made it something very freely available, then the running water restriction would be gone very early into the run, because Misty Step is super available. I like the gaseous form suggestion, Hala. That's cool. Hey, Dade. So yeah, things like getting to the Underdark and the Goblin Camp are going to be very roundabout. Like the bridge over by where Edwin is on the way to the Blighted Village, I'm going to try not to cross that. So I have to go, like, through the Grove, which is going to be going through a couple of sunny areas. I do think that I still want to play Rogue, because getting to Uncanny Dodge would help mitigate sunlight damage. Because Uncanny Dodge will just work on that. So if I did something like a dip into fighter enough to get heavy armor proficiency, and then I do like adamantine splint with Uncanny Dodge, then sun damage would only hit me for 9. Each tick would be 9. Monk for Shadow Step? No. Maybe at some point, but certainly didn't say that I would. You need an invitation from the inhabitant. You can invite somewhere else. Like the only inhabitant, I'm assuming you can go to the mausoleum, Golem of Shar, is Balthazar, who doesn't want you there initially. Zarel gives you permission to go there. Well, the Gauntlet of Shar isn't someone's house. It's the thing. So, like, for example, the exterior of the Goblin Camp. I can go in there. I don't need to be invited. It's outside. But the interior, I can get invited into there a couple different ways. I can have Saza do it, or I can have the checkpoint where the wargs are. I can have them do it. Sure, that's kind of the same in that it's definitely not the goblin's house, but it's an area that's been like settled, so to speak. It's been inhabited, whereas the Gauntlet of Shar very much isn't. Last Light, I gotta get invited in. Moonrise, I gotta get invited in. So I do have to have certain dialogues with certain characters. Not to mention as a Sharan, couldn't Shadowheart technically invite you? Technically speaking, yeah, I think she could. What, can you dodge this? Kermit Gape or whatever? Nice, Nico. Yeah, okay. So, meat and drinks only for camp supplies. Ah, I did forget to include that in the rules. Yeah, we can do that. I did mention I wanted to do that. Only alcohol and red meat for camp supplies. Astarion to invite himself to the palace since it was his home. Well, Cazador has like a standing invite for him. Like, you talk to the servants, they'll give you the key and be like, alright, he wants you in there. You can talk to like 5 different servants and they'll all say that. And you enter Grimforge, aren't you already technically in the Gauntlet of Shar? Yeah, technically speaking, Grimforge is part of the Gauntlet of Shar, yeah. Oh, another thing, getting to Grimforge. Depending on how we rule the lake, like, a lake isn't running water. But what if we go with a definition that requires me to enter Grimforge from the Shadow Curse lands? Let's think that one through. Anyway, race passives. It's likely I still go High Elf, just for access to Minor Illusion. This will help with Grim, primarily. Hey, White Freeze. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm tempted to start with Monk, because then I could, if we do New Nautiloid, I could be level 2 as soon as we hit the beach, and then I could Step of the Wind. Right away. It might be necessary. Because, like, let's talk through Sunlight Hypersensitivity. When I apply it to myself, that's 20 radiant damage if I start my turn in sunlight. I can have 19 HP, I believe, if I take 16 con and I'm a level 2 barbarian. No, that's 21. It was 21. That's the number. I can have 21. So I can survive one tick if I full commit to barbarian. But other classes I won't be able to survive any. So if I'm going to play something else, I need the movement to be able to just get through. So I think I have to go either barbarian or monk to start here. Rogue, I do get bonus action dash at level 2. But if I'm doing turn-based mode pre-dashing stuff, then that doesn't really help me. So I'm thinking maybe we start Rogue. I can possibly lockpick my way into the Withers dungeon on the beach if I go with Sleight of Hand expertise. Like, we go 16 dex. We're gonna go 16 strength for jump distance. I'm allowed to use deluxe edition stuff in this, by the way. We'll see if I do. 12 Riz, 14 con. This is kind of my standard stat spread, and I do in a lot of runs. 16, 16, 14, 12. Athletics expertise, sleight of hand. Maybe I don't need expertise. Maybe I take persuasion expertise. Athletics proficiency, intimidation proficiency. Those stealth is fine. Alright, yeah, let's do that. Astarion. Alright, give me a number. Randomize the Guardian. If you ascend, would it change the sunlight rule? Yeah, I'm thinking if I ascend, then we can remove all of these restrictions. Because these are all explicitly things stated to not be an issue for the Vampire Ascendant. And I'm planning on ascending. So. $13, $7, $4, $8, $8, $5, $2,000. 2 people said 8, so I'll go with 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I didn't see. Alright. Got all my stuff to ask.
Step lightly.
Oh yeah, I don't have kisses on. We'll have to actually lock in this run.
You got what you deserved.
I was like, what's missing from my bar? Run invalid. Alright. Yeah, we'll go for us.
Here we go.
Please remove us from this body,
Investigation.
from this case. Free us.
Ooh, great start. First roll of the run. Nat 1.
Apart from this strange context, you notice nothing unusual about the brain.
Alrighty.
The brain won't budge.
Yeah, White Freeze. Getting in a fight in the area to take the sword. Yeah. I've been doing that lately with Connor. You can use a Kobold Barrel too. I use Connor. Curse. Just roll good. Tried to.
Devious.
Going full Nosferatu mode on this one, something like that.
You are no threat. We will address the matter.
Going in order on the rolls, yeah. Lae'zel's allowed to act the Nautiloid.
This feels good.
Ooh, speed pot. I could skip the helm fight if I really wanted to. I think I want the XP though. I kind of need to make sure I'm level 2 on the beach. I should get there reasonably by making sure to rescue Shark. Obviously that's not something I have the most control over.
Let's do it. Watch the shadows.
I know this is pretty clearly sunlight. Leave me alone.
I'll just
It's the Nautiloid.
myself. She can only take so much. We have to push on before those dragons bring us down.
Send Lae'zel back for us? No. No. It's an Avernus, maybe the sun works differently there. Yeah, let's go with that.
Strange machinery. It could do anything. Like a wraith. Don't look now. Step quick.
Being able to loot. I missed it.
Time for discretion.
Not the extreme low roll.
Shall we? So, we weren't the only ones.
Beat no looting already? Yes.
Let's hope for gold. Well, well. What do you open?
So like now you need the no XP, no loot run. Thank you, Coke, for this rule set. Thank you.
What's this?
Like, what was the roll on that sneak attack? A 1, yeah.
Faint images appear in your mind. A brain, a Githyanki warrior, and centuries of darkness. The console hums to life, so then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you. Connection.
Cool.
Authority.
Cool.
You've
What a day.
The console hums steadily, awaiting.
Really is that kind of run? Yeah. Apparently. Cool? Which one of you did this shit to me?
You feel a shiver.
If I must.
Your
Dangerous come? Let me come
You
with
keep dangerous come? Yeah.
We can get off this ship and
I'm Astarion. Time to go.
there's no time to waste.
Okay, that should be good. Yeah, let's go with that. Set opportunity attack to ask. Could go back for us now, but that's like effort.
We're near Kate. My faith will guide me.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
Well, hello. Watch your back.
Starting to use the wrong hair products and bad rolls.
That lever may have been a mistake.
It was me, Quag. Trader, you my reverse flash.
Quiet as a mouse.
Can you feel death's cold grip? An extra bite.
Get it? He said bite, and it's funny because...
A vital boost. Make way.
Miss this.
Do it.
Get out! Time to move.
Hazel.
No time to waste. Moving.
I killed the high elf because bro has acid splash, and I don't feel like dealing with that.
Now they see me.
Hawk is running over here to investigate for the mage hand. And changed his mind. Alright, stomach, relax. It's way too early for that.
Got to press on.
Normally I don't do half of all this, but hitting level 2 as soon as possible makes some amount of sense in this.
With finesse.
Spotted? Awkward. Well, that's why I put the sanctuary on. Alright, this void bulb probably don't need in this run because I don't think I'm participating in that initial grove fight. I don't think.
My path be true.
Has it shown Shart in the cutscene? Mind Flayer is going to go down pretty soon. I could force that to happen now, to be honest. That's not to my advantage.
Moving.
We're going down. Brace!
Wait a minute.
Now if I can just get to the transponder. Your spine is mine.
Taste my fury.
Yeah, I got all the barrels and stuff set up, so that would have been nice if this was a friendly Mind Flayer. But, no need to bother with that. Hostile Mind Flayer. Look at that stance for jumping. That is the DOS 2 elf stance right there. I know because I always found it ridiculous. Oh lord, she jumping. fellow who need to jump or poop, which one I'll never tell. The fun part is that you can just do both at the same time. It's efficiency.
Keep them guessing.
It's called thrust. Just need a little bit of extra force for that liftoff, right?
Taking position. Talk to me.
Alright, that wasn't me just being an asshole. I did need Lae'zel dead. Alright, we're off the Nautilus. I should be level 2 on the beach. Don't you enjoy it though? No, I like Lae'zel. Jumps across the room, coils one out at the apex of the jump. Coiling one out, it's a very visual descriptor. Alright, so we start in the sun here. So I'm going to enter turn-based mode immediately and step into the shadow, and I'll show you what I mean about how the sunlight hypersensitivity stuff is a little annoying. So I am level 2 already, let's assign that first. Cunning actions. Alright, 17 HP. We also have the bite action now. I'm not going to bite Shard right away because then she'll get hostile. I'd blow up. These are two unrelated statements. What is the blow up about? Okay, 1 second. Thing on my clipboard. Alright, as you can see, I now have sunlight hypersensitivity. Creature takes 20 radiant damage if it starts its turn in sunlight, while sunlight has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. So I have 17 HP, so this means if I start my turn in sunlight with this on, I'm just gonna die. Part of the reason we're playing on custom honor, because I anticipate me fucking this up from time to time. But this also goes away. So like if I hide right now, see, it goes away. That's the annoying part. So that's why that restriction isn't more complete. I have to manually re-add it each time. So I'm gonna go as far up in the shadows as I can here. So we can talk to Shard.
You're alive.
Now what?
You might have escaped.
Better get
We
moving.
need each other.
Alright, let's get moving.
Lead. Something the matter?
Should get to know each other a little more. Okay, I won't press you. Now while she's in the party here, move up a bit. I'm still in turn-based mode. Move up far enough to revive Lae'zel. There is a shadow here I can use. Shadow in the background of the morgue.
Take you. Fine.
I'm ready.
Alright, now we'll move her here.
What now?
Something the matter? If you're sure.
Alright, go to camp. Now I'm in the shade. Wait for her to despawn. Lays out, lays out.
I live. But to come, our search begins.
Alright, wait at my camp. We can live like Shard Nasty if we want. Or in this game telling you to come, it is Baldur's Gate 3. Alright, so this certainly looks like running water. So like, let's say I can't walk over here, for example. Alright, we're gonna apply hypersensitivity. Purple dash can get me that shadow. Okay. So actually jump to this one. I'm having to manually reapply it each time it goes away like that. So, we can think of the sunny areas as platforming sections.
Moving.
I want to loot this barrel so that I can lockpick that door. Actually, will be nice? Yeah, it will. The water looks pretty still, but... Spirit of the run. So this is a puddle. I can cross that. This wholly blocked off? Not really. Kind of, but not really. So, I can do that. I'm going over the land part. But then where's the next shadow after that? Way over there? I don't have the movement for that. This is where I could have benefited from taking 2 levels of Barbarian, because I would have enough HP to take 1 tick of sunlight. So I can go there. Difficult terrain, deep water, though. You have a class in mind or just rogue? It depends on what I need. It's gonna be some sections where Rogue's gonna be great, because I can uncanny dodge the sun. But sometimes I might want to be a monk, so I can move faster. Sometimes I'm gonna want to be a barbarian, so I can have more HP. Maybe there's some sections where I even want to be a caster. I don't know. Shadow there I can use.
Be very, very quiet.
Uncanny Dodge the Sun is the first track in his new mixtape.
Gently.
All the way to right here. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge the sun. That is the longest that you've ever seen anyone take on the beach. Alright, it's one of these barrels has thieves' tools. I don't fully remember which. There is a shadow there. I think it's the one closest to the door. That makes sense. Oh. Hopefully that's a functional shadow. Look at that. Uh-oh. Okay. No, this is somehow obscured enough. Alright, it is not the one closest to the door. It's that one. Alright, this spot, I'm not gonna question, because I need it. Saw the wet condition? Yeah, but I wasn't touching the, I wasn't crossing it. I just got splashed. Should kith the barrel as a thank you? Hmm.
Quick and quiet.
Alright. Check this out. It's easy. Rogue equals bad? That's true.
Oh, I like it. Homely. I wonder. Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us. Tread lightly. Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us.
Is Rogue secretly good? Mm-hmm.
Iron claw. gold. I'll take it. How about this?
He's under citizen's arrest. She can't be reformed.
Don't mind if I do. Scribes with swords. So much for the quill being mightier.
There's definitely sunlight. Gonna go around that patch of the room.
Even gods get left to rot in the dark.
All this for a little bit of loot slightly earlier than I would have gotten it. Slightly. Like, I'm not even gonna click the button over there because I don't want these guys to aggro yet. I ain't ready for that. Well, with bonus action hide and blocking a door, I actually would be ready for that. Do I want to do that? Not really.
A change. Oh, that's just begging my bread.
I could get Wither's access now, though. Let me pivot out of Rogue. I don't want to do that yet. Could try to sneak through this way. Excuse me. Excuse me. To get closer to the grove. But, eh. Ugh. Allergies today.
On the hunt.
While we're in here, this has an indoor camp.
Yes, please.
So I will take advantage.
Don't
Gather
mind if I
some
do.
supplies. Getting early Helldusk would be really nice for that damage reduction. For the sun. Oh, hi, Withers. Just going to camp from in here is enough? Okay. Today I learned.
I shall be here in thy camp, should thou or any of a matter, although thou dost not seem to be in need of.
I don't know why it's showing the change my class thing to 0. That's weird. Maybe it's saying I can't do it. What was I actually here for? Oh, yeah. We want different camp fit. I think we'll stick with the Astarion fit. It's probably because I don't have enough gold, yeah. Ever check how much gold Withers had? No, I forgot, actually. Whoops. Completely forgot. I suppose technically I can still check, because I have a save right before the brain. I think that's where it is. I could fly all the way back down to Withers and check. I mean, maybe I'll do that later. So let's think. Playing a class that has enhanced sleep right now would be nice. I'm using the strength potion here. More jump distance. Right. Jump here. Go here. Oh. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. This is surprisingly difficult to navigate. You were very clearly not supposed to play the game like this, which is what makes it an interesting restriction. Now, the good thing is with waypoints, I will only have to do most of this navigation like once. Because a lot of the times I will have a waypoint or an established strategy that lets me take some shortcuts. But things like getting the waypoint by the spider matriarch, probably actually a big deal in this run. Because that gives me a place I could warp to and then go to camp, because that'll be an indoor camp. This does mean managing certain long rest events is going to be fucked up. Like the Mountain Pass exterior camp, well, when you're done long resting, it's daytime. So I probably immediately have to work out what the fuck to do from there. Crossing water thing's interesting. I was under the impression it was actually contact with running water. Vampires couldn't do it, not just crossing over it. I understand that some of the rules interpretation here is like I'm changing some stuff for the sake of gameplay. Yeah, like logically speaking, as long as you don't touch it, it should be fine. But I find this interesting. I'm willing to loosen and wiggle some of the rules. Going down to the crush the long way around. I I might have to do stuff like, chaining fog clouds and darkness, which I should have some ability to do by that point. Did the Spooter Queen invite you into her lair? Is marsh considered standing water? Yeah, I would say so. Apply that.
On my way.
Don't need to sneak anymore, at least, past the brain cats. Have the movement to get to another shadow. I don't really trust that.
Is that rune all right? It doesn't look all right.
Run all the way over here. Never even heard of the running water vampire thing before. It's supposed to hurt them or something. No, they just can't do it. Is my understanding. Maybe it hurts them? But I was under the impression it's more of a they can't willingly do that. Also, make sure not to pick up onions. Is it because I'm not an ogre? I don't have enough layers.
A little small talk. Delightful. Monster. Death is too good for it.
Right, none of this is sunny. So now, gotta make our way up this way. I can't really participate in that grove fight. I don't have the HP. I'll just die from the sun immediately. Sorry, I should have been a Twilight vampire. Let's get here. V Rising vibes. Can I reasonably get the shovel? It's in shadow. Oh. Okay, well, the sun got me. I was in shadow, but alright. we continue. This is why we're on custom. Here, let's put a counter up. I do expect this to increment a lot. Because of things like that. Like, I was very clearly not in the sun. But, like, alright, man. Means I gotta be super careful with that section of map. I don't like the idea of going around to there, but maybe I'll have to. This is also why I've been running around in turn-based mode. We got real-time cringe mode and turn-based mode. Oh, you know, there's a spot right here. This is the spot that got me. See, I was highlighting this, and I was standing here. We'll rule a combat death as a game restart. Yeah, let me edit the counter. Because I do want to have a run restart condition. Let's do that. Dying to the sun will be a reload. Dying in combat or to something else will be a run reset. That spot should be safe.
We'll try this.
Really hope this isn't too boring for you guys. I am very stimulated by this. See if I'm good? I'm good. I'm stimulated, but like you're looking at Astarion and frothing at the mouth and other things. That's different from the gameplay, Danny. What about it? No, fair point. Gotta shower once my ADHD meds kick in and be so locked into this you have no idea. Well, you probably have some idea. The American education system, Danny. Next thing you'll be telling me that you poop. That'd be silly, though.
shouting up ahead.
Shouting that we're gonna do nothing about Astarion. Lore accurate Astarion, even. Oh yeah, I guess that's a problem with digging. So I'm in a shadow here, so this is fine. But like, if I dig in sunlight, I'm just gonna die. Because it takes away all of your movement. For what I think works out to like 2 turns. So I would need 41 HP to survive digging. Okay. Even getting this waypoint, even using this waypoint is like a big no-no. Shake up my body and show it mental.
Let's keep to the shadows.
Bends over to makes it sound like a beer opening. Oh no. It's coffee off screen. Yeah. Yeah, blue collar nerd. I'm right there with you.
Open the... What's
Oh,
got...
I just had to roll hiding.
Damn and suffer.
Okay.
Stepping softly.
Oh, I got rallied. Alright. Go, 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 go. We froth in our pants? Yes, messy. The pants are very frothy.
People up ahead. Something's wrong. Over there.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing. The injured man locks eye.
Do you have orders for us? We were a...
Oh, yeah, Avenger Brother, whatever.
Straight while at its host's memory.
Absolute.
Alright, I was in a shadow. I'm rolling that as in a shadow. So, like, this bridge, there's no water underneath that part of it, but that is definitely running water here. So, yeah, if we were going, like, completely faithful rules, the bridge would be fine, I guess. But we'll also just say I can't cross that. At least for now. My eyes glazed over the L in public, my brain's broken. This is your brain on degeneracy. Let's see how hiding removed sunlight sensitivity. I gotta keep adding that. It's a little annoying. Looking forward to Act 2. Failing every check to perceive that is kind of really annoying, actually.
That might be worth a look.
It looks like everyone but Zevlor is dead. So here's the tricky part. I think I need Zevlor to invite me inside. I'm gonna make a hard save here. But I think I have to participate in this combat. I have to wait until I can, like, last hit. Oh, no, 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 no. If I ever go down for my chat crimes, I'm demanding a pubic defender. Sure. Zevlor, don't die. Zevlor might die. I have to get involved. Oh, I timed that perfectly. I need Zevlor to live to invite me into the grove. That's the current issue. Did I eat yet today? Not yet. Okay. I rolled a 20.
Spill some blood.
Oh.
We'll do it my way. That was the last of them. Inside, all of you, more men.
I needed him to say that.
Open the gates.
See, I could have waited out this fight entirely, and then Zevlor would have won and then just gone in. But I needed him to invite me. Your leg okay, man? He's doing the stanky leg. Oh, he stopped. When no blood, too much stun does to a man.
Radio not.
Keep forgetting that hiding will remove the sensitivity. Did I actually get the waypoint? I did get the waypoint. Cool.
Nice.
That's the exploration spot. That's fine. Zevlor, you are in the sun. Okay, like a normal person. Can I stand in your shadow? No?
Aradin, thank you for your help out there. This attack will only strengthen. We can't
Force him
stay,
out.
but we'll be
Healer.
They've withdrawn there to prepare this. Perhaps you could persuade her. You'll find.
Alright. Okay, we have Grove access. Like, what could I even do in here? Not taking Blade Ward could be a problem, because I need to jump down from where Lacrissa hangs out to get to where Karlach hangs out.
This way.
Alright, this is all shadow. That's illuminated by the torch.
What are we here?
This is fine.
Stupid apprenticeship.
Take that back. Right.
Steal from Damon? What about stealing from Damon? It's a terrible idea. Was that a suggestion? Because if so, don't do that, because no. But I steal from Damon with no means to disguise, no means to ensure I'm top of the initiative. No means of escape. What happened to Astarion's hair? What do you mean? He always looks like this.
Fine.
Failed.
cannot even eat sometimes.
Alright, might do a little manip with Auntie here. Because I'm gonna need a lot of strength potions.
Still, you're
See that,
looking a
Auntie?
little pasty, love. You take a sup of that, and I'm sorry to go on about it, but are you all right? Not that they'd bother.
I didn't tell her I'm infected yet. I'm going to. I need to remember to do that. Just not going to do that yet. Shapeshift into a halfling here.
Best to fill your belly now. Well,
Halfling and I think Dragonborn get 2 portions. Wait, for real? Yeah. And you can have every companion come here and talk to her to get some. So you could have every companion turn to a halfling and then get 2. And these are all free action healing items. Something I should have abused more in no looting, but I didn't. Alright, I want a darkness arrow from either Aaron or Damon. That is very clearly in the sun. I'm in turn-based mode, so it's fine, but... Oh, well, I'm not in turn-based mode anymore.
I had to leave most of my equipment in Elturel.
Problem I'm gonna have to solve, shopping with Damon. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna have to actually play this with... I thought I was gonna be able to navigate the grove without having to do the sensitivity toggle, but I'm gonna have to do it. I need an indoor camp. Take some XP here.
Let's prowl.
This is an indoor camp. Good, good, good.
One step at a time.
So, from this campsite, I'm going to partial rest. And we're going to do this a few times. I'm going to partial rest, go to Ethel, bag up 3 more strength potions. And we're going to do that for a while. Because I'm going somewhere with that.
Alright.
Something the matter?
Is this a good idea?
Hells. Why can't I just have normal, boring companions? I should be grateful you told me at least. So, a vampire spawn. Is my throat safe?
From the fangs, maybe. Safe as houses.
That's good enough for me. Well, the truth's out now in either case. Did you want something else?
Use my throat coat. I notably was not able to get the water barrel from the outdoor camp. So I'll have to keep that in mind.
Chahi, come closer. Disturbing.
All's well, I hope. Aside from the obvious.
I'm just gonna partial rest here. Because I don't have the necessary supplies to do the correct long rest. So I won't be able to get my tadpole persuasion back until I do. Gonna look like a Reddit gloomy ass with that many hill giants. Uh-huh. I got your gloomy ass right here.
The gate needs fortification.
Alright, we're back down to 16 strength, so my jumping ability is much more limited.
Time for discretion.
Unfortunately, this isn't in the sun. That's good. Stay here. I have enough movement to turn this one off too.
See here.
So like that's very clearly the sun.
Quick step.
Could stand here.
Hello, Petal. Hey, bother.
Alright, what we're doing here is I'm going to build up a backpack of stuff for Ethel to provide to me. Now, I will have to purchase everything in here if I want it, except for the Hill Giant Elixirs. So the Hill Giant Elixirs, we're going to have her merge them into the stack that she has on the table. I'm going to have her just get a ton and then merge them in. So this will take care of a few things. This will take care of money needs, potentially, because I can sell them at a good price with persuasion expertise. But this will also take care of my strength elixir needs, which I need for movement, effectively. little over 30 minutes before I have a productivity session scheduled. You're on a new run. Didn't realize so close to completing lootless. Yeah. We completed no looting yesterday. It was fun. Sunlight instant death or take damage. It's 20 damage. 20 radiant damage if I start my turn in sunlight while I have the condition. I need to manually apply the condition, so there's areas where I'm taking shortcuts, like I'm making sure this is all obscured so I don't have to bother. But an area where there's definitely sunlight that will be a problem, I'll be applying the condition to myself. And it's 20 radiant damage if I start my turn in sunlight. So we died to it once so far. It's the bottom left of the screen. I ruled that sunlight deaths will be a reload. Deaths to, like, normal gameplay things will be a restart. I should add that to the rules. Wild Run concept, we should use a mod of its own. Yeah, it would be a lot easier with a mod, but I am not proficient in that department as of today. Let's get the Invis potion. Using tadpoles? Yeah. Athlete, a level 4, jumpy boots, enhanced sleep. Maybe athlete. Probably alert. Possibly ham? Like, we're probably going Unga Bunga tank rogue in some aspect. If I can make sure that I get the Helldusk armor, then that'll be 3 DR. If I then also have Uncanny Dodge, then... Let's see, 20 minus 3, 17, divided by 2, rounded down. The sun will hit me for 8 damage with Uncanny Dodge. If I can get Radiant Resistance, then the sun will hit me for 4 damage. Which is much more tolerable. Ham rogue is a drug. Enjoy responsibly. Yeah. Act 3 is going to be a challenge for sure with no entering buildings. Yeah. I'd have to get permission to enter a lot of different places. So, like, with shops, for example, that's fine, because part of the social contract is you come in and you shop. So, like, I can walk into Helsix building and stuff, but I can't go into the House of Hope. I'm not supposed to be there. I can't. Getting into Worm's Rock will be challenging as well, because I'll need to get permission. And I don't think my usual way will work. I might have to get permission from Arthur. Maybe. We'll see. That's a long ways from now. Hey, Narclos. Partial rest again. Shard has something to say.
Something's wrong.
Alright, blind eye.
It's just positive. You can trust me on that. I don't know. It's nothing, really.
Persuasion expertise, roll good. Rolled very good.
You're not. Now that you have the truth, true. I didn't think you'd gladly. You already know my biggest secret. Well, I like night. It's a deal. I mean, if I manage, of course. It is the wound on my hand.
Anything I can do to help with it?
Pain is sacred to followers. I'll try. I can't. I'd like to hope there's. I'm sure you do. But please try to understand that it's not something I can just talk about freely.
Rolled good again. Alright, our shard approval is already, like, through the roof.
Heard of her? My Lady Shah is. But we shed those cloaks. Before there's often suffering. I think I did well by joining you.
Yeah, we already have enough approval to romance. Gale and Astarion can get there faster because they each have, like, a secret they can tell to one companion of their choice to get an extra approval bump.
Easily remedied. Not just yet. It seems to be the perfect night.
Short romance already.
Just you and I. Assuming you haven't changed your mind, of course. You made it. Come here.
Ham Rogue is such a vibe, like, joke's on you, sucker, I'm dexterous as fuck, also you literally can't touch me. Yeah, like, Rogue is already absurdly tanky. Giving them more damage reduction is like, ugh. You have mine besides the bottle, that is.
Well, to begin, I think a toast is in order. Any
But
suggestions?
enjoys a good shard. I don't know about everyone. Us.
Bold. What does us entail?
I actually dig this glam rock
suppose
star.
I'll
It
find
looks
out.
good.
To us.
He's working it.
Now tell me something about yourself. And no tadpoles, dragons, marauding goblins, or anything like that.
This scene so
Something
early.
about you.
It's really easy to get Shadowheart approval, especially if you're Gale or Astarion. Tell her about your death, how you'd been attacked by a Gur tribe and saved by Cazador.
How morbid, yet fascinating.
Try to get through Act 1 Sun Sensitivity
Don't stop
very
now.
carefully.
Not just as things are getting interesting.
Griffith Starion? Oh, now I gotta change it. Ugh. Ugh. Persuasion expertise has been real nice. Like, rogue bad. Expertise at level 1, by the way.
Don't laugh, but I'm not quite sure I have anything to share. When you worship Shah, secrecy is everything. We'll sacrifice our own memories when ordered to. A lot of the little things, they're lost to me.
I got a little thing for you right here. Nice one, thanks, Tinny. Doing respects for this run? Yes. He's... You enjoy being able to pick up everything? Yes. It's so nice. Wrong, you like night orchids and can't swim, you told me once. Literally today, like 2 minutes ago real time, but like the same day in game.
I did. And you remembered.
It was the previous
You're
time we
sweet.
spoke. Start.
There's still plenty of wine, and the whole night is ahead of us.
The leaves turned off, I know. Starion's not small. He's average size, uh-huh.
Nearly light. The others will be awake soon.
The others can wait. I don't want this to end just yet.
Another moment won't kill them, I suppose. Well, it might, but let's take that.
So I like how she says the others. We only have Lae'zel. Like, what does she say if you don't have other companions?
Thank you for last
It's
night.
just Lae'zel and Withers. My pleasure.
It was just what I needed.
Oh, failed insight. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I suppose we'll have
Oh,
to.
no.
We should head back.
No, it's okay. It still works out fine. Because we can still be like... She'll be like, hey, I wanted you to kiss me. Like, oh, but... I'm bad with signals.
A little tete-a-tete.
All's well, I hope.
Of course.
I thought you were going to kiss me. I was almost sure of it.
You first.
I can't recall the last time I shared so much with someone. Maybe I never did before. It meant a lot to me. You mean a lot to me. I thought you were going to kiss me. I wanted you to kiss me.
What happens? You'll notice that she wants you to kiss her, and then you have the option to, or you have the option to tell her to kiss you.
I hope so too, but if you want to see where this goes, very serious of you. Always good when I'm with you.
Cool.
Neither seen nor heard. Some repartee.
She's such a G. 100k free sub channel point redeem that I actually think, yes. You can either redeem it for yourself or for someone else in the chat. Yes, genuinely. I will just gift a sub.
Hello, Petal. Need anything? Any lotions or potions?
Watch more. It's showing that you already have a sub right now, Sal. I don't think I can gift it to you. But do you want me to end today? Alright, I'll save it for you for when it expires. Yeah, I can't... It won't let me do it until there isn't an active one, but I'll do it. Making myself a note, even. Guess I'm an old man and I actually use a notepad for reminders. Okay. Thank you for saving up 100k channel points and being part of the community and stuff.
Nay.
Podcast keeps me company through the day. Hey, happy to do it.
Very well then.
These actual pen and papers that make me older. Yeah, we should like do old stuff together. You wanna play bingo?
Yes, let's.
It is imperative we locate a creche. Then you have ceased to exist. The first symptoms should... Fine. The library was a gift from... Yet we still collect more.
Just again. So be telling us you take a clay tablet to the grocery store. They haven't invented clay where I live yet. So an example of a thing that I can't do. Going into this building and killing Pandirna is something I normally do. I can go up top and shoot her from the roof, but I can't go in there and loot it because I'm not allowed to be in there. I wasn't invited.
Hello, Petal. Need anything? Any lotions or potions?
I just need a little lotion onto him. I'm almost there.
Nay, but
Isn't inhabited if she's dead. Yeah, but she's not like the sole owner, proprietor, keeper, whatever, of that location. True amphibian run replays Lae'zel must touch water every turn. That is a funny idea. There's even a barbarian aspect of the crocodile. That would be really fun for that. You get extra movement speed while you're on a water-based surface. And I'm gonna reuse the same joke. Gage, if you're still here, please laugh. And not a land cringe surface. Water-based, land cringe.
There's something I want to talk to you about. But sometimes I wonder if she would ever deem me ready.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. I had a feeling you'd be...
What's our approval with her, by the way? Like, I want to see the amount. Where do I even see that? I know how to do things. Shows you how often I use companions. Well, join my party, I guess.
I was hoping you'd come to chat, or...
$49. Yeah, 49 already. We have had her in party for 0 conversations.
So, that's what people... If you're sure, take...
Difference between when Ethel invites you to her hut, you can go there. Exactly. When we find out down by the river's purpose to stop vampires specifically, apparently, yeah. We're doing a bit of farming. I find that the more restrictive these runs are, the more you need, or the more you significantly benefit from, I should say. I don't need to be doing this, but the more you significantly benefit from farming strats.
hello, Petal. Hey, bother.
This is more strength pots than I'll need for the entire game, to be clear. But my plan is to sell some of them. Are all these items in the bag for a new killer? No. Guess I don't get any of the Astarion specific rest things until I've bitten someone. Yeah, I think I'm satisfied. Let's do the thing. No. We're gonna go over here. So Ethel has a Hill Giant Strength Elixir on her table here. And she always stocks 3.
Hello, Petal.
I've been infected by Mind Flayer Parasite.
I've ne'er a potion or lotion here.
Yes.
No, do you need anything?
Oh, hang on, I
have a
skipped.
few odds and
You'll have to
ends
stop by
this
my
week.
house, just at the edge of the forest. Let me mark it on your map. I'll be heading back soon so I can meet you there. That's an invitation.
Hey, bother.
So the alchemy mats, the water, camp supply stuff, that's all for me to buy from her later if I want it. Strength elixirs. She has a stack of 18 in her inventory now.
Let's have it. Trader has no problem with you.
Now she combined the stack of 18 she had in her inventory with the one that's on the ground. So now I can steal a stack of 19. Provided the game lets me, come on. There was an angle. You seen it? I seen it. Huh. I need it to be interactable. Hey, move. Now, I don't necessarily need to steal this right now, but I would really like to. Considering I bought a Darkness Arrow specifically for this. Oh yeah, I'm already at dash cap.
Let's keep to the shadows.
Alright, we'll try it without the darkness then. Matter principle now. Press alter control. Yeah, Dark Zed, this isn't my first playthrough. I've been holding alt the entire time. See, this is me holding alt. And control would destroy it. So, no. Find the cook and get it. Putting darkness on someone is a hostile action. I'm gonna try to use minor illusion to get her to turn around.
Blast it all, I'm going home.
You played this game before? Once or twice. Oh, no, that's Sun. That's Sun. I can't do that. Can't do that. That was fewer than 6 seconds, so it's fine. Run not invalid. Okay, so we stole the stack of 19 Hill Giant Elixirs. I'll pop one. Looting in my wholesome BG3 stream? Quag's a rookie? It's true. Five-second roll on the floor, 6-second roll in the sun. Something like that. Alright, so let's investigate what we need to do up here. 3K hours in this game staring at Mizora's ass. I mean, when you put it that way, yes.
Let's be quick.
So fortunately, this is a shady area. I apologize in advance if you hear some noise. Work happening. This is how I avoid the crossing running water problem. Oh, yeah, I guess to talk to Karlak, maybe I minor illusion her over the log. It's not something I have to deal with yet, though. You would only hear noise when you stand up. So I need either Featherfall or Blade Ward to jump down here. And then this is all sunny, so I'll need to navigate that carefully. That's death. How about if I heal? Survivable.
A key. Wonder what it opens.
Going into there and looting the place would be smart, but I need to open the door here so that Anders invites me in. If I open that one, he'll invite me in. Let's also get Smuggler's Ring, which is on that skeleton. That's a shadow over there. And then there's one there. Good.
Just like old times.
Okay. Now I want to go get the fast travel.
Quietly.
Let's rewatch the beginning. Seems like a fun challenge. Yeah. It's very interesting having to take my time getting through areas like this. Crafted elixir of SPF 5000. Unfortunately, radiant resist elixirs are not craftable. I can buy them though. I believe they're level 9 loot. They're either level 6 or level 9 loot. I don't remember which. So thing to keep in mind with digging. If I dig in the sunlight, then I'm taking, I think it's like 8 seconds or something. So I will take at least 1 tick of sun damage. So digging is something I gotta be real careful about. That's a shadow. Still shadow. That's climbable, that's nice. Shadow there.
Alright.
Bean 10's looking pretty good. Yeah, just on-demand radiant resist. Armor of Agathis from Warlock levels. It makes a lot of sense to me. I'm a big fan of playing the Fiend. But I was thinking for out-of-combat purposes, trade Rogue for Uncanny Dodge. Just dodge the sun. Dodge the sun with Radiant Resist and, like, Helldusk armor. Alright, so now we have to plan how I'm getting to the Goblin camp from here. Now, I can get there if I go, like, past Joaquin's Rest. How much damage does the sun deal? If I start my turn in sunlight, 20 radiant damage. I don't even have that much health yet. So, I will die if I start my turn in the sun. With 1 more level, I could maybe start strategically taking 1 tick. You tried waiting till night. See, this game's bad, it doesn't have a day-night cycle. I have a flight potion from Pay to Win, but I don't think I want to crack that yet. Let's get Anders to invite me in so I can check Cyril's inventory.
Don't linger.
Instead of the nearest grace and cycle the night.
Cut it out. At ease, friend. You're welcome to rest here.
Welcome to rest here. That's an invitation.
Need any supplies? We've fewer mouths to feed now.
Big fella? But what about big lady? The big fella, but like, can we have big lady? I realize this is always sunny in Baldur's Gate. Except for in certain camps at nighttime, but yeah. I guess we're the day man. I was kind of hoping she'd have more useful things. Pig's head, though. We can only long rest using alcohol and red meat. Holy water. Can't use that. Spicy shrimp soup. Ooh, that sounds good. description makes it sound not good, though. Maybe they just mean risk to your butthole.
In tears.
In tears. Seriously, apprenticeship ending soon. The recruiter's like, hey, you want to be employed here? You really decide to about his life. Could you not? Path through life repeats for me. Finished school, could decide what to do. Did a job for 2 years. Turned out his good at accounting. Studied economics and works in account for 12 years. Path following exactly. Wanted to go study after this job. Yeah, well, it's nice to see that a possible path for you is actionable, I suppose. Yeah, being able to pick up items still feels so weird to me. I'm picking up everything. Not everything. I should, but I'm not. Alcohol.
It's mine now.
Hey, Kieta. Probably listens for you. Some guy's massively exploited workaholic, 2 kids, he doesn't see a lot in day with both anger and health issues. He's not fine, tries to hide it. His tear bags don't lie. I mean, how many people are fine in 2025? There's only so much in your control, and you know, billionaires are gonna kill us all within our lifetime, so, like, control what you can. And dissociate when you can't control something else. That's healthy, right?
That body is so ripe, I need to drink the blood with a fork.
None of this is fine, none of this is normal. It's not. Are we cooked? Uh-huh. We are, capital F fucked.
That's curious.
That's some fun shit. For the run? No. You're right on time, Cryptic. Navigating the early game has been interesting so far, trying to avoid the sun. But we're getting in a rhythm. I'm having to route out a very interesting path to the Goblin Camp so I don't have to cross any rivers. We're picking up some loot on the way. Has anyone done a no magic item run? Yes. People have also done fully gearless runs. bucket and a broom for this
Traps. How considerate.
dry ass pussy. School systems don't often prepare yourself well for the job market. Not uncommon to realize what you want to do after working for a bit and go back to school for a bit. That was my plan too. First started working out, taking a different route since. Sage advice. Hey, Mickey Stardust. Hope you're well. Well, that's one of the efficient camp supplies. Good find.
Seems I've done something, but not enough.
Should call her.
Oh dear. Someone's left a trap house.
33, still don't know what to do. Told me to do voice acting. Yeah, I'm 30 and I'm just doing things. It's just been always doing things. Never, what do I want to do? That's never factored in. It's, what do I end up doing? Plans could always change unless your Quag can put to a rules command and you have to follow it. It's your Quag and show hole for pay. Hey, if that was promising, I would do it. I've done more for less. Alright, so this area looted. Except for that. Got some rags. And some water. Actually, water's a big deal. Rotten food, also nice. I could Barbarian Bearheart for Radiant Resistance. Just rage against the sun. Rage against the solar machine. Turn-based mode. I want this water barrel over here. I want these invasion plans for the Sword Coast. I'll check this storage box. Rage against the distant star. Alright, there's a water bottle by Sharp I also want. I'm in an obscured location. The tiefling party is going to be awkward because it's just going to dump me out in the sun after the party's done. Alright, these bushes are obscured. Deep State doesn't want you to know the radiant resist elixir is just sun cream. Never heard sunscreen called that, and I'm afraid I can never go back. Let me just cream my skin before I head out real quick. There's too many jokes that cross too many lines, so I'm gonna let you have this one. Coward, uh-huh. This is illuminated by torchlight. I'm very clearly in a shadow. Cream my skin constantly. I'm proud of you. Alright, did I get the mats for jump potions? No. How the fuck do I do this? I could try going through the cave, but then I'm forced into the flint fight. Is there enough shade along this? I could maybe get to under the bridge, and then I'm in trouble. Do I need to go to Arid and get some fog cloud access for this? Maybe. Someone cream my back, I can't reach it. First time chatter. Make sure you cream 30 minutes before exposure for it to be effective. Oh, okay. Alright, so I'll make a save here. We might have to do some death experimentation. See how far I can get. There's a shadow there.
Over here. On tippy toes.
Let's apply the hypersensitivity.
The element of surprise.
Could even go to here.
That symbol in the blood. What does it mean?
Symbols, Astarion. What do they mean? Alright, so this knoll is definitely walking towards me. It is making its way over to walk this way. Astarion would call me so many racial slurs if we met in a COD lobby, probably. They turned. Oh, pause champ. This is such a great group if I was trying to kill them, but I'm really not right now. I don't even have the means. I had an alchemist fire, maybe. What do you mean hiding? How am I hiding? What do you mean? Okay.
Let's hope for gold.
What do you mean by this? Chat? I've been scammed. It's okay, we're gonna go about 34 meters here. Why it's important to look up Baldur's Gate 3 Astarion Rule 34. I have to use a speed pot.
Just like old times. This way.
I can't flee combat because this is an outdoor camp. So I'll just die. Rant? What am I ranting about, Dane? PG3 Ginger Edition, staying in the sun for more than 5 seconds is a death sentence. I did not want to have to use that speed pot, but hey, we lived. Average daily women experience getting attacked by a random group of men. I mean, Knowles unprovoked. And requests for the real boss of major combat encounters. Why? Mind Flayer, Chatterteeth. Okay, so the examples you listed there, the Mind Flayer and the Merkle fight is the real boss. Chatterteeth and the Cazador fight is the real boss. Let me think of some other encounters like that. With the Flint fight, collectively, the archers are the real boss. Flint in melee mode, fine. She does have ranged attacks, same ones as the archers, but she will prioritize the melee stuff. The archers will always do the ranged stuff, and that's scarier. In the Droraxlan fight, there is a Booyog that has a Void Bulb and a Hold Person Scroll, so way more disruptive than the man himself. There's quite a few encounters like this. It's cool to think about. I'm struggling to think of more off the top of my head right now. Hi, Cat. Karnas? I mean, Karnas is the boss in the Karnas encounter. Unless you count the Cloud of Daggers guy. There's a guy that has Cloud of Daggers and Fireball. He's kind of threatening, but Karnas is very, very scary. But doesn't match the question that was asked. So. I don't want to trigger the Joaquin's Rest event yet. We'll probably trigger the Gith Patrol. I have one inspo. I haven't really been able to do the stuff I want to. I guess we'll trigger the cutscene.
Something tore through that rock-like pink.
Yeah, we'll make a turn there. Did you hear his death with the boss of Lower Moonrise? Something like that. Got frightened. Ooh, that could have been bad if that happened while I was in the sun. I didn't even think about that as a possibility. Wonder if I can go through here without triggering the Gith cutscene. I don't think so.
Our queen. Facing that lot would be suicide. At least for now.
You don't have to smolder that much, Astarion. Come on. Alright, we are just above the goblin camp now. Hopping bush to bush.
The voices, your vision, the aid division. My power.
Yeah, sure. Let him smolder. Ruling out acquiring Blood of Lathander due to the restrictions. It's possible for me to get tanky enough to tank that. So, if we want Blood of Lathander, because that can still be useful against other things that have sunlight sensitivity, then I maybe still want to do it. If nothing else, I maybe still want it for the XP, but like, we'll see. But I think I can get it. Because we can be at the point where I have, like, over 100 HP. And I can have Radiant Resistance, DR from Armor, and be Uncanny Dodging it. So I can reduce the sun damage to 4 per turn. 4 damage per turn when I'm running around with, like, 100 HP is fine. Reminds me of David Bowie in the Labyrinth. You're not the first person to say that, Urash. That's obscured. It's pretty overcast in this part of the map, at least. That's nice. Hey, whales. Thank you for the 18 months. Do have some Featherfall potions. Plot out my path here.
Okay.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. Real quick.
Fill the front row.
You using way too many napkins. Hapkins, lapkins, and chapkins.
A new age is dawning with goblins and trust. Mountains, great mortals, all hinders. It's what to wait now.
So let's turn into a drow.
Idiots. Right, yes. Not for me.
Make sure I'm somewhere. Yep. This isn't in the sun. Let's turn into a drow. Don't have animal speaking anymore, actually. No, never mind. Forgot I rested. So I can't chicken chase yet. I do want to go get the waypoint. The green transforms, just additional disguises added by a mod. The various companions, including Astarion himself, Quill, Alfira, default Dark Urge, the different versions of Will and Shadowheart. It's a fun little thing. That's close enough to the waypoint. Now the interior here. I have not been invited yet. I want to try to go over to that checkpoint. See if they invite me. If not, I'll have to free Saza. I think. To get Goblin Camp access. We're going to make a purchase from Grat the Trader here. I want the Swiresy shoes, jump distance.
Welcome, your greatness. I've got some good stuff if you're looking to buy.
Boots of Aid and Comfort for some temp HP, also not the worst idea. But I'll wait. That should be shady enough. Should be. If I'm wrong, I just die. Need to get around to here.
Just like old times.
Be okay. I guess the I'm talented guy's right here. That was an option.
Chasing bird.
Should be okay.
Tread carefully.
Will you even talk to me?
What? Who? We're celebrating. Get yourself a bit of fun before
Invitation.
it dries up. Rip the lads even captured some Duke. Worth celebrating, that is.
Buy that stuff. Oh, and I somehow still get the inspiration. Okay. Wasn't expecting to. I'll take it. Okay, problem. I don't remember if the Goblin Camp waypoint is properly obscured or not. It is. Alright, this is a safe one to travel to. I'm gonna want Crusher's Ring, but I can wait on that until I have the Guidance Amulet, the Happy buff, and maybe another Inspiration point. Maybe a better proficiency bonus from leveling up as well. Cool, this is an interior area, so won't need to mess around with that here. I might leave Liam locked up so that I can keep biting him. I've got an audience with the one in charge. Audience with Minthara. It's a level. Maybe stay at level 2 long enough to get attitude with Roa. Kinda like that idea. Alright, I'll be right back. Gotta go piss girl. I'm back. Let's continue.
That the you recognize the crest
Back,
she
thank you.
bears.
That should be $4.99 right now. Alright, now we have max attitude with Roa. Back up anything we might want to buy later.
Pleasure.
A level up. That was just a short rant. I'm still kind of thinking about the topic for but I can talk about the philosophy behind it some more, I guess. There's a lot of encounters where they cooked on the game design and they set up certain fights so that there's a thing you have to worry about that isn't the boss in the room or the legendary action thing in the room. Another example is in the Chirai Tiscan fight. That is the Githyanki ambush in Act 2. She's the one who powers up if you kill the ads. But also, she herself does a lot less damage than the two archers, the Gith archers next to her, that have arrows of many targets on top of their normal Githyanki archer bullshit. So it's very much a juggling situation of like, alright, do you take out the boss so that you don't have to worry about powering her up by taking out her help? The boss that has Devil Sight, so Darkness strats aren't going to work on her. She's got Repelling Blast and her Eldritch Blast, so she can knock you off roofs and stuff. And she can frighten you. Do you take her out first? Or do you allow her to just kind of act freely and then take out the archers, which are the much bigger threat, but then powering her up? Kevin, you okay? What are you doing? You're making a sound I don't like. He's fine. Yeah, he's catting at me now. You just type Gold Amount. What do you usually do? I haven't done that fight in a while. To be honest, it scares me. Well, if I don't think I can take out the Gith archers... If I don't think I can handle the Gith archers both getting a free turn on me, with the sword guys also getting a free turn on me, then I will kill the archers first and allow the boss to power up. It depends on how confident I am in dealing with the archers, which I think puts that fight firmly in the category that you were mentioning of there being a bigger threat than the boss. Ideally, I'll try to kill them all with AoEs, get a surprise round, group them up in like an insect plague, cloud kill, wall of fire, something like that. I know Trade likes using a minor illusion to group them up, and then oil of combustion, so just kind of AoE them all down very quickly. If you have a lot of raw damage, force crits, paralysis, you could go try to blow up the boss and then fall back on darkness strats. You could rat strat, hit and run the entire fight. Take care of it off across a couple of combats. There's a bunch of ways of doing it. So I could Arcane Trickster to pick up Enhanced Leap. It's very tempting. Thief was my intention, though, for the extra bonus action, because then I can jump twice. What else does Trickster get me? Blade Ward. Bone Chill would be good. True Strike would be fantastic for ensuring my sneak attack. Like, getting Leap and then Long Strider at level 4 from Trickster would be really, really good. I think I am leaning Thief here, though. Can you abduct and eat them? You can. Cat do it. Thief extra bonus actions while I multiclass my monk with it. It's really fun to have that extra bonus action. Useful in a lot of builds. Okay, Elixir of Heroism. Here's another option. I could get enough HP to survive the sun by sipping Auntie's nasty fluids. Because that's an extra 10. Or I could just continually use temp HP for that. Stallion Barbarian could be pretty good for getting sustainable temp HP for that. Think about multiclassing my solo monk. I don't generally do Thief multiclass on monk because I value other things more highly. Like, for example, having a dip into some kind of martial class so I can pick up weapon and armor proficiencies and do heavy armor. I value more highly, and I also like getting level 9 on monk to max out their damage. Because that's where your martial arts die caps out, level 9. And that martial arts die increase applies to your punches, to your hand crossbows, to your dagger throws. And it's very, very good. So that doesn't really leave enough levels, because if you're going 9 into monk for that, and then 1 into, say, fighter or cleric or ranger or paladin for those proficiencies, then that only leaves you 2 levels. So that's my personal preference. I often go druid with those remaining 2 levels for Circle of Spores features. You can pick up Enhanced Sleep, Long Strider. You get the extra necrotic damage while you have Symbiotic Entity on. You get Halo of Spores to weaponize your reaction. Thief multiclass often shafts your gear proficiencies, that too. Running Geth still got some proficiencies from that. Picture this though, Dade. Heavy Armor Master Monk. Definitely buying this jump potion. Tempted to buy Monster Slayer Glaive for jump distance. Very tempted. Let's see if I can afford that when all is said and done here. Still get a little money out of the deal. I like it.
Pleasure.
Action surge at that point's better. So many things I want to try. Well, I'm playing on easier difficulties right now, so the extra bonus action helps me just punch more, which is fine for my intended characters wearing clothing, intentionally ripping things apart with their bare hands. Yeah, it's fun. There's no one right answer. I was just referencing what I tend to prefer doing in my own gameplay. And that's just me. It is a subjective thing.
Need something? Pleasure.
Smells like burnt flesh.
No, Priestess Gut needs to touch you too. You ready?
As the vision dissolves away.
What? Maybe I can help with that. Us with.
Alright, I'm not going to complete that yet. I have to drink that.
We want you dead, you dumb knuckle. Not dead and heroic. Get down there and stop complaining.
Thank.
You're welcome. Speaking of Monk, haven't played Open Hand in forever. Doing key resonation stuff with Open Hand is funny. Or doing Weapon Monk. Like stat stick weapons. Punching while armed. Doing Halberd Open Hand Monk is cool. Because, like, you don't trigger your martial arts unarmed strike, but you do have extra reach, so your punches, like your stunning strikes, inherit the reach of your halberd. And that's entertaining. Like, the hardest part is run be Baldur's Gate exactly because of the outside houses. Well, the outside part shouldn't really be a problem by that point, Choco Skittle, because I'll have enough ways of mitigating the sun damage that I can just tank. But getting into certain houses will be an issue, yes. Want to try 4 Elements Monk, see what you guys are talking about? Fangs of the Fire Snake. It is really no deeper than that. Like, literally, it's Fangs is simply that good. I have 24 HP now. I could take a Sunlight Tick if I needed to. Luckily, radiant resistant potions aren't even uncommons, they're just commons. Problem is, they are level 2, JD. So they're not in the vendor pool until either level 6 or level 9, and I don't remember which offhand. Level 9, there you go.
Get or I'll wipe that nasty look right off your pretty face. What was that? That's more like it.
Plus 10 and advantage.
You enjoying?
Fucking on toes. I also got a ring, I guess. That's cool or whatever. Back what I miss. We got Goblin Camp access. We just sucked on some toes. I'll explain this for you. Remind me why Fangs is so good. Tax onto a lot of the damage things. So, Fangs is 2 instances of damage. It is your regular punch damage. You know, dealt as bludgeoning as normal. I should note that it's from range. This is an ability that costs 1 key point and is done from range. It's always considered a melee attack roll, so it never has disadvantage from from being threatened or anything. But it's a ranged punch that has a second instance of damage attached to it that is 1d10 fire damage. That counts as a separate hit, so things like lightning charges, things like callous glow, all of that will apply an additional time. So it's like you're hitting someone twice for the cost of 1 key point and 1 attack, and that's already good. But then, for the rest of the turn after you click Fangs, all of your weapon and unarmed attacks get an extra 1d4 fire damage. This is 1 key point. You get this at level 3. This allows you to do things like, let's say you were scared of Minthara and you were kiting her around, you wanted to knock her out, you can non-lethal Fangs the Fire Snake. It's a punch, so you can, from range, knock her out. Fangs is cracked. Even with fire damage, even with the fire damage. Maybe leave Crusher a bite. Yeah, I don't kill Crusher yet. I'm glad that failed. Because I want to try Monk, especially with 4 elements. It's just good. Peak Fangs is a war crime. Fangs is what people think Fireball is. Fangs is twice as strong as what people think Divine Smite is. Fangs is mechanically the thing that makes Smite good, except without any of the downsides of Smite, while on a better class. It's 2 instances. That's what makes Smite good, nothing else. But Fire is less problematic to apply than Radiant is. And you can do things like Tavern Brawler for even more damage on it, and especially more accuracy on it. There's all this gear that cares about you hitting with an unarmed strike specifically. You still get your extra attack off of it. You still trigger your bonus action unarmed strike off of it. You could be Karlach or Astarion and slap a fuck ton of extra damage from your origin features onto it. Crater Flesh Gloves will trigger twice because it's 2 instances. So if you, for example, had, let's say, Callous Glow Ring, let's say you had Crater Flesh Gloves, let's say you were a half-orc, or no, let's say you were a barbarian, because half-orc doesn't work on this. A barbarian level 9, you get Brutal Critical, which is an extra damage die rolled whenever you crit. You hit someone with Fangs, it crits. So the original punch, you are going to get the extra damage die, which at Monk level 3 is still only D4, I think. But you get an extra D4 of damage there. You get Crater Flesh Gloves. You get the extra D6 in that from Brutal Critical. Then the second instance is already D10, so Brutal Critical gives you an extra D10. You get Crater Flesh, it's D6, thank you, D6 rather than D4. So you get an extra D10 from Brutal Critical, then you get an extra D6 on the Crater Flesh Gloves instance from that. And then you have Callous Glow, so you're going to get it once on the punch part, once on the Fangs part, once on the first Crater Flesh, once on the second Crater Flesh. And you could also have Psionic Overload going on all 4 of those, you could have Lightning Charges going on all 4 of those, you could have someone standing there with Fowler Loop Shriek going, and you get that 4 times. One key point, by the way. Yeah, it is diabolical. Yeah, Karlach soul coins, ascended Astarion, 305 bangs damage to the brain was fun. Yeah, Danny hit the brain for 305 damage with one Fangs click as that Barb Monk combo. Yeah, Marco for Fangs is fucked up. You could do Magic Club Fangs as well. You could have 2 Magic Clubs. So that's up to... So that's 3d4 bludgeoning damage per Magic Club, per instance of Fangs. Say Bard or Barb? I said Barb. Barbarian. Like, Fangs of the Fire Snake is unethically strong. Figure out my next move. I want to get access to the Blighted Village. I do have to go there from this side. I bought a jump potion. Swap out Rhapsody for Club after you use Saturation. That's true. You could. You can Formless Slaughter from Orin's Clothes, of course. And there's Shade there. Yeah, getting the 2 jumps from Thief. As long as I can maintain a supply of jump potions, I think that's going to be the play. Maybe I do take Athlete. I will say Shadow Strike can peak higher than Fangs, the world's apart resource efficiency.
Strange symbol glows marked on their flesh.
Oh, this guy is the harder to talk your way past. Uh-oh. Alright. Didn't account for this guy. Oh, hi. Got an inspo back. Cool. Still in turn base. He didn't pull me out of turn base, at least. Shadow over here. Okay. Now be experimenting this next run, multi-class and Karlach, this Fang Monk thing to try it out. It's really fun. I do highly recommend it. As I mentioned, Karlach and Astarion are great at it in particular. Karlach with soul coins, Astarion with happy for most of the game, and then the Ascension buff later.
Stranger. Not food. No talk. Make me an offer. Tempt me.
I guess for Elf, yeah, there's no Yeah, I was hoping that the deception. Rogue deception. 1,000 once the killing's done. Maybe the DC's lower? Yeah, for Rogue it's only DC 5. Cool.
Well spoken. We
Alright, so going into this building, it's uninhabited, but don't have an invite. Same with this one. Unsure how I'm ruling those. For now.
All right.
Where are you going, Astarion? Ooh, alcohol. Can you get in there from the spider cave side? Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking. If the reaction, similar interaction hotbar, mod.
Apart from an overgrowth of moss, the coin disappears.
Just lets me see it. It doesn't change anything about how it works. Just lets me see it.
It feels like home.
Next stage would be put Hex on Fangs too. I just want to put Hex on everything. One of the owners now technically be the goblins, you gaining access to the village, technically them inviting you in. Or reaching, maybe. There's a good argument for what you're saying. I think it's still a reach, but solid logic.
Interesting.
You can rules lawyer this all day. Not having any attack sounds there was very weird. He's telling him nothing else in that chest? Lame. Inhabited? I did say inhabited. Some shade there. Act 3 is going to be pained. Yeah. I think with shops, I was mentioning this earlier, with shops I can go in because it's part of the social contract, like, hey, come in and buy stuff. In a lot of optimization scenarios, and that's up to a point, now find a way to concentrate on Hex. It's true. Hex is simply that good. By the way, yeah, if you didn't know, Hex, one of the most desirable things in the game for increasing your damage. A lot of people seem to believe that Hex falls off later and isn't worth your Warlock spell slots anymore. That is so far from true. Fleetfinger's dig spot is there. Read every sign. If you'd come inside. That's an arcane elixir potion. This is not sun. See how digging gets rid of all of my movement and my actions? It locks me up for a full turn. Can I not roll this perception check while I'm in turn-based? I guess not.
That might be worth a look.
Oof. Raspberries over there. Not allowed to use it for camp supplies, but I can use it for healing. Trying to get to Ethel now. It's obscured. So it's that. Alright, there's some sun here. I'm gonna want the action economy to attack, so can't have Monster Slayer Glaive on for this.
Just stop this. Don't blood.
Alright. It's gonna be awkward. I kinda wish I'd taken Blade Ward over Minor Illusion. They can totally send me back to the Nautiloid. Go for Joel first, he does more damage. You're ready for season 2.
I didn't mean for this to happen. Those poor... This is... Mayrina best get going, but please stop by my house. I'd like to thank
Double
you
down on the invite. Huh. Well, that co-op's over, so I can edit the build command. Build for this, it's subject to change. Currently, I'm just a thief. I'm level 3. I don't have a concrete plan. I will respec as I need to. But I can... Yeah. I don't have it in the title, do I? Yeah, I don't. Now, seeing through the illusion in the swamp would be beneficial, because then the area won't be sunny anymore.
A chill runs up your spine. You feel like you're being
Almost.
watched.
Yeah, bow-centric cleric is very good.
The place has a...
Uncanny Dodge the Sun eventually, I guess, onto the t-shirt list. Trying to get over here. And this is all sunny because I didn't see the illusion. Deep water severely impacts my ability to move. Possible death incoming, we'll see. It's been a while since I've done Origin Astarion. I don't even remember what the dialogue options for Gandrel look like. Alright, the well is over here. It's the next destination. It'd be funny if we couldn't cross streams directly if there's running water. It's in the rule set, Rando. I don't understand what you're... You mean these not streams? These puddles? Come on, Underdark. Yeah.
fresh, sweet-smelling the warm.
Right, refresh. Now we have 34 HP. I'm not going to make the joke. Never crossed the streams. Gotta head out, see in a bit. Sounds good, Control. Wow, it's that time already. Oh, you cross into Worm's Rock? That is the question, isn't it? I can get invited by helping Valeria with the investigation. But the problem is, I need to get access to the Flophouse. I need to be allowed to be in the Flophouse. Can we take the boat to the Grimforge? I mean, is a lake... A lake is standing water. So, technically that should be allowed, but we'll see. Maybe I decide that I can't. I need to get access to the Flophouse so that I can help Valeria, so that I can get a pass and be allowed in. Or, I can get permission to be in... the room with the horny lady in Cheres's Caress, because there's a pass I can steal in there, but I don't know how to get permission to be in that room. Or Arthur has a pass in his house too, but I don't know how to get permission to get there either. I think there's a dialogue path in the Flophouse to get permission that way. Running water under the bridge. Might have to make an allowance for that. I thought it was just a ravine. There might technically be running water. Iron Throne is a double whammy of issues. Yeah. You can't get permission to be down there. Though it's not, like, a home, necessarily. You can talk the sub captain into bringing you. But that's not a home. Does the owner of Cheres mention the Neptune where her room is? I think so. You get arrested? I could get arrested to get to Worm's Rock. That's an option. Oh. Trade is thinking with portals. Yeah, I can get arrested. That would be the cleanest way of getting in there. Yeah, that's the cleanest way. Alright, now I need to go back to the Emerald Grove area and we need to start handling the Raphael-related stuff. Getting the aid amulet from Gut would get my HP to 39 right now. If I can get to 41, then that gets me to the point where I can take 2 ticks of sun if I ever need to. When Cheres Caress fall into the same rule as merchants, they're open for business. It's true. But there are locked rooms. Like, walking in, sure, but the, like, going around and then going through the locked door, I think would violate the spirit of things. Would the tough feat be viable for this run? The tough feat would be great for this run. GG, yeah. It gains value as you level, is the thing. So it's extra HP per level you have. So taking it at level 4, not very impactful. Taking it at level 8 or level 12 or level 10 would be very good. Hey, Starglow, how are you? Yeah, Astarion is invited to Cazador's place. Got Astarion's home right here. Jesse Gape. Nice. How you doing, Messi? Alright. this is definitely a sunny area.
We could say a prayer. We should have time for that. Yeah.
We try to go get the guidance amulet.
Yeah. That would be good.
Sorry, sitting comfortably around the Shadow Cursed Lands campfire with 2 friends. Side note, Quag, would you be able to talk to Petras, etc., since Astarion does introduce him to the sun? Yeah, I mean, it's lore-friendly stuff. Technically, vampires don't need invites to get into other vampires' homes, or the homeowner human just happens to die in front of them. Yeah, Shadow Cursed Lands are going to be nice. Shadow Cursed Lands, Underdark. Certain camps have a nighttime version, which I may take advantage of. Like, if I need to... I can long rest from a location where the camp is nighttime, but the problem is it's daytime as soon as the rest ends. These restrictions go away if you hit Ascension? Yes. Why did Astarion get sunlight hypersensitivity on the Grove entrance? Because I have to give it to him manually. GG. So you'll see some instances where I just don't bother because I know I won't be at any risk of actually incurring it, but whenever I think I might, I apply it manually. I wish I didn't have to apply it manually, but... Technically, Drow should also be hurt by the sun. Tap will go burr. So... Yes, but there are NPC Drow that have sunlight sensitivity. In fact, all NPC Drow that are not tadpoled have it. It's just not the vampire version of sunlight hypersensitivity where they take damage. They just have disadvantage on attack rolls and perception checks that rely on sight. Double Quag for some reason. Yeah, thank you for letting me start stream, Woodsy. I appreciate it. Only one that time. Taking no chances with this. Eldust DR. Quite nice. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Sphere of Eating will also be really nice. I'm probably going that route. globe scrolls. Could go wizard and use resilient sphere. Or knowledge cleric. Do one more.
What's in here?
So much movement speed kit right now. On the package all over the city of the Resilient Sphere and a copy of Misty Step boots. That's a way to go there without triggering the Raphael encounter? No. The Raphael encounter is added by doing specific things that I've not done yet. And he has 5 different locations he can spawn at. But I've not done the things to add him into the encounter pool yet. I'm on my way to do that. Would a Reflecto Guard work? I don't think the sun's a projectile. But I like where your head's at. The sun sends rays at you. The sun is just casting Scorching Ray. I can speak.
Is there anything you need? Just some bits and bobs I no longer need?
Wait, is the original projectile? Stop being correct.
Sylvanas. Need anything else? Of course. But please, remember.
Darkness Arrow for emergencies. Gotta go now, gonna make some progress. Excited to see how Durgen's first time. Thanks for hanging out, Twister.
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
Thank you, Roland.
And again. Swing and swing and...
Gotta remember to use my jumps. They're more efficient.
He stares right past you. As you turn back, the child slips between the rocks.
Rogues get advantage here. Rogue bad.
You find
But I wasn't invited. So I think to get invited down there, I have to save Murkon. Or I would have had to have Donnie actually invite me in. I didn't think about that. Why'd you move a bunch of items into the backpack you sold Aaron? So they don't get refreshed whenever his inventory refreshes.
I'd sooner trick.
Now Arabella's being judged by...
You get back. What? You?
Quag wants to see you. Go ahead.
Wants to see you. Go ahead.
That's my invitation inside. Good friends with Jake Quellen. What about Timothy? I have 3 inspos and persuasion expertise, so this should be fine. He-Man ass cut. I thought it would be funny. And it is. You can kill the snake here, but it doesn't help you in any capacity. Just note that you can kill the snake. It is worth a little XP, but massively XP negative. For obvious reasons. How's it feel to loot again? Good.
I will imprison the devil. And I will cast out every and do it.
Rogue bad. Sun is a bit microwavy this playthrough. A little bit, yeah.
Go on. Say it. You think I'm a no matter. The Viper. This tale.
What happens if you kill the snake from stealth and approach to aggro? As soon as the snake dies, Kaga is like, alright, kill everyone. Whether you get seen or not. Hey, Verizon. Not the sweet meat, it triggered. Oscar being tied to that much gold triggered the shit out of me. Like, he might even start living more of my runs temporarily. He's always gonna get killed by me. But he might make it to Act 3 to emotionally scar Lady Janeth some more.
I see you.
What gold is Oscar worth? Well,
Just give me a
each
moment.
painting that he can make 1 painting per party member after you save him. Is the base sale value of 1,500 gold, 1,500. He can make 1 for each companion, each player character, each hireling. So a fuck ton of money.
There. Now, what was it you needed? You seem healthy enough. A tadpole. Come. We need to be quick. This way.
Really hate that his paintings are worth positive value at all. Same, Mark. It sucks. It sucks so bad that there's ever a reason to let him live, because he's the worst.
This tadpole crawled out of his head soon. I'm alright. Of course. No. Nothing?
Nothing.
Give me your arm. Be careful.
Branch.
I'm truly.
Leave.
There's something in that vessel. Take a closer look.
But first, this must because you should all be changing. Not yet. And whatever he found there, if you can find Hal, I want good.
Neither seen nor heard.
No. Owie. Do we use the Underdark to traverse Act 1? Oh, we haven't gotten Underdark access yet. There's a lot we can't do through the Underdark.
Watch your back. All right.
Use a short rest here.
See what's new horrors waiting for us.
I think Oscar and Garen go through a perfect match. He could be the breadwinner. Paintings of Big Lady? Does she even count as Big Lady, though? She's just wearing big armor. Like, you can see underneath. She's not Big Lady at all. Stolen Valor. She's an imposter. She's gotta be strong to wear it, though. I guess maybe she has that sleeper build. The most rude children. Oscar and Dog Lady are a better match. I hate. This could be quite bad for my health. Okay, I'm able to do that in turn-based. That's good. And my turn in the shade. Cinema. You can treat him like a dog, meet a plotter for it. Don't reward him. Listen, she's evil, but hear me out. But before we send her to the Grove Upstate, I can be someone's last meal. Chat, please be proud of me. Just got the Go Outside achievement in Stanley Parable after 5 years of waiting. Congrats, Narclos. Alright, so now that we set that up, Let's make our way back to Priestess Gut. Stupid ass paintings are worth 30% of the value of the true artist. Goat Stony. True artist Goat Stony, certified big lady. Yeah, Stony is a certified big lady. It's true. 5,000 gold sculptures. Yeah.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Need something?
How you doing, Captain? Very good boy. Okay. Regain the rights to my hand. Don't say pleasure right after I say that, Roa. Gut did invite me in here.
Oi, come here. I ain't waiting around.
The world just got a little less wretched. Into my pocket.
Now, she didn't invite me in there. Maybe I don't get in the Underdark that way. I gotta throw a pixel from the starter spot, always move to the ledge. Yeah, throw a pixel from the starter spot is the original mustard pixel. It's when we started calling them that. Tired of his haircut. Yeah, he's just trying something new.
Subtle steps.
That might be worth a look.
Get swole and go in there. I consider that separate from here. It was this or sneak past the spider, which I could have done completely safely. This thief movement speed is pretty great. It's not that you get more, it's that you can jump twice.
So, we have moving plates and some symbols. Well, into the dark we go, I suppose. How about this?
Underdark time, finally. Close to level 4, are we? Not terribly.
Time for discretion.
I have a stupid idea with luminous armor. I wonder how the sunlight damage is attributed. If it's me doing damage to myself, and like in theory I could wear luminous armor and just put radiating orbs on everything by intentionally taking sun damage in combat.
Well, hello.
Wait, any mods to increase encounters, change combat AI for difficulty purposes? The playthrough with Danny definitely counts. The Absolute Wrath mod.
So tired. How do people do this all
You were here for that. Nice run idea. Thanks, Shibby. I'm looking forward to the problem solving that comes with it.
That's curious. Certainly. Fungal spores. Is a little blood mist
Increased
too much
encounters.
to
Oh, I'll
ask?
show you an encounter. Got him.
Slender drow blade impales the stone before you, keeping a silent vigil.
Cringed.
It
Yeah.
feels like you're warring with 10 people for the blade, but with another hard yank, the weapon slips free from the stone.
That's pretty cool thumbnail material right there. Astarion waving around that sword.
Your mind is...
They're coming.
They're coming.
They're coming. They're coming.
You're coming. It's too easy. You were still thinking it.
The hells was that? We better not get buried down.
Low-hanging fruit. Well, when you get to a certain age, and Astarion is well past that age, things start to experience the effects of gravity.
Let's pray.
Low-hanging fruit. We have resistance to fall damage thanks to being a thief.
Step lightly.
State your purpose.
Tell the truth. And the pussy.
I can mend neither skin nor spirit, but we still might commune. Descend to me. Let us speak in flesh.
The persistent music coaxes you forward.
Okay, that's my invitation. I am starting to get hungry. Let me figure something about that. Lunch menu on that place is available for another 5 minutes, but like last time I ordered, it wasn't as good as normal. So I don't know if I want to get from there. I haven't gotten burger in a minute. I'm feeling some tendies. I'm gonna get some tendies. You guys want some tendies? Please, where from? These nuts! You can tend these nuts! Get boots of speed.
Don't. She'll need an antidote soon.
Why are you helping me? Cole's got it. Not I got away, but not the other.
What's it doing?
I sense your resolve.
Sure.
You do the circle.
So now we have boots of speed. And thanks to being a thief, we can do some truly insane mobility stuff. I can... Even in combat, I could dash, then click heals, still have my action, but I have my Fleet Fingers jump, and I've dashed, and I've multiplied by what is equivalent to a dash value with click heals. I can have that going on with momentum, Crusher's Ring, extra jump distance from Monster Slayer Glaive. We've got some mobility now.
You see a fella on his own on your way in. Dwarf. Balin's his name.
Should buy the jump ring too.
Keeping the altar.
Reach into
It revealed.
But I have.
Yeah, sure. Being able to actually give Dareth the noble stock this run will be nice. It is interesting that going to camp while you have Glut following, or Glut, excuse me, following you, does bring him into your camp. You don't have control over him while he's in there, but it is interesting, and that's probably usable for some fucked shit. I just gotta think of what.
Silence. I am breathing life. Eat. Over there. I wonder.
You know how to take the Helldusk armor in Act 1?
The
Yes.
camp looks abandoned.
I've already done the setup for that. Be going to claim that shortly. Having fall damage resistance is so comfy. Severe addiction to early Helldusk. Most of the time I do it for the XP. Sometimes I'll do it for other reasons. In this run, like I didn't do it my previous run, for example. I tried. I wouldn't have been able to use the armor, but I was attempting to do it for the XP, but I didn't even get that. This run I want it for the damage reduction, for non-combat things. For walking around in the sun.
What? Quag! Got someone sneaking up on us.
This aid scroll could also be useful, so we're buying it.
His fist grips an axe.
What you doing? Maybe I could help.
I'll wait here.
I'll help.
Good, but that comes later. Boots first.
Buy his misty stuff.
Then you'll get what's coming to you.
Something over there. What creatures live in waters this dark?
So now that we have this, next course of action, we need to revive Will, and then stay in render distance of him long enough for him to get to his spot. I'm gonna need to heal. So we'll get some extra HP going here. It's a long walk though. Yeah, I'll have to be sitting in some shadows. To the best of my ability anyway. I might purchase a fog cloud scroll, just in case.
I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
But yeah, you're right, Nico. That is a long walk.
So many minds connected. What could they accomplish? Take you.
Me when big lady. Take it this will be a certified Char Sphere gaming run, perhaps? Probably. Big lady? Big lady? Big lady. Yeah, Danny, we were talking about big lady. No, there wasn't actually big lady, but Will was doing something that physically I would do when big lady. No, not that. The other thing. Okay, if I stay this far, he's rendered in but not time stopped. That's a useful trick. Oh, too close. That's okay. Got no sun here.
Take your time. Get a feel for it. Go. No. You just have to buy enough time to run. Well,
You.
she's out there now. Ready. The Blade of Frontiers. Are you
Go to
sure?
camp.
You're an idiot.
I didn't get the Blighted Village waypoint. Oh, that's such an error. Luckily, rogue movement speed with pre-dashing click heals is funny. Wait, hang on, I'm not supposed to... Is this even overrunning water? It's not. I guess it is there. No, mulligan. That part is the problem. Yeah, that's running water. Alright. So we do have to go the long way. Ugh. How do I get there efficiently? Need to go through where Lacrissa hangs out.
Let's go.
Yeah, I was gonna go alert, but like, athlete would be too funny with this. I don't think I need more move distance, but like, the funny. Please, I need the big yumps. My yumps, my yumps.
Interesting.
Overcast over here. To avoid the water. Sorry, the warder. You're from where I am.
Enough sitting around. Let's go hurt someone.
He says while face down in a puddle of his own blood. Broken ankles. Karlach, you like cats. Hey. Hey, Karlach. Alright, let's think this through. I could have a summon aggro her, or I could myself aggro her to get her to move away, then break the combat and talk to her before she moves back? Make sure I don't accidentally kill her, though. Void Bulb her across the stream? That's not going to move her that far. I don't have a source of invis right now.
Escape to the shadows. Yes. Leave tricks.
Sun. You hear something? No. Nope.
Step careful.
No, ma'am. Oh, shit. How'd you see me? Fuck. Oh, dark vision. Damn it. I even succeeded the hiding check, but dark vision said, no, no you didn't.
This will do nicely. Let's have a little fun.
Question is, withers only bring up hirelings when you get to the grove and hear the one god mention the absolute. No idea. Aha, there we go. Alright. You alright?
Oh, fuck me.
What
was that? I'm Karlak.
Oh, sorry.
The latest yappy little dogs.
Send back where they came from. Like a great plan. Big lady. So like Withers was willing to talk about hirelings with me, Chaotix. Pretty quickly. Like I hadn't done what you just mentioned. Or slightly distracted. Let's run all the way there.
Blessed be.
Hell's fire. She's coming.
Look, it's Big Lady. And then Medium Lady.
Well, you've been naughty. And you know what happens when you're naughty.
Punish me instead,
God
please.
Damn it. Anyone but her.
Raphael with his cat girl chesticles out.
Karlak meets the criteria.
Well,
Karlak, I'll be. I'm not willing to. Won't be seeing my mechanic any. The first time I faced down those paladins.
Alright. So I was gonna go to Blighted Village to get the +1 dagger. That ain't happening. So I'm hiding for advantage so I can sneak attack. And I set sneak attack to not ask because I'm not in turn-based mode. It doesn't have a cooldown, so it'll happen on every attack. This is not quite as good as a hunter with dual tenacity weapons and Colossus Slayer, but it's pretty good. Starring grunting ASMR. Are you okay? We've been over this. Raphael, big naturals when? Oh. Now I need that. How you doing, Tweedledope? I almost entered dialogue. That would have been unfortunate. Short time of a good streamer. Thanks, Manatee. I appreciate it. Good. Turns out. Alright, so we take either alert or athlete. Athlete would be super fucking funny. There's also tough. Tough would give me 8 extra HP. That would put my total at 39. Which I'm assuming is not factoring in other buffs I have. So that is tempting. I was having some fun messing around with Mage Slayer a little bit off stream yesterday. Fun thing about fighting Dwergar in the Grimforge when they go to do their invis in front of you, if they're in Mage Slayer range, they'll go invis, but then you'll just stab them. Then they'll drop their invis and you fucking stabbed them. It's really funny. I could Great Weapon Master. That work for their enlarge too? It does. The Mage Slayer is actually a really good feat. Sometimes use Hunter's Dagger on Dwergar for similar result. Nice. Charger is pretty good, especially with Thief having that extra bonus action. Like a Charger and still have something else to do. I don't have my stats set up in a way where I can... I would have to respec. But maybe being 17 dex with Athlete pushing me to 18 dex is good. Because I'd have +5 to my initiative with Bow of Awareness on. Enough for a lot of things, not everything though. Going 17 strength base and then going 18 with Athlete and having a Vigilance on is more total jump distance than what I have right now. But I don't have the ability to throw people. I could take Ritual Caster for Enhanced Leap Longstrider. That's actually tempting. But at that point, just multi-class. Just pick up a wizard level, right? That's the kind of thing you do when you want to have... You want to continue to progress in this class for some reason. I want to go Rogue 5 for Uncanny Dodge. Yeah, we'll go alert. But respecs are allowed.
How much doth a soul weigh?
The tricky part of this camp is it's going to be sunny as soon as the rest ends.
Not Zariel's victims. But I promise you, but I don't have a clue where to start. The only way out is if I can... We can...
A little souvenir.
Why are we slowing down?
Well met. I am Raphael.
Orin can love this dungeon.
Very much.
Gigi, you okay there?
Service.
Pleasure. I'm Astarion.
Charmed, I'm sure, in more ways than one. We should have a chat, you and I, but not here. This quaint little scene is decidedly too middle of nowhere.
Alright, so I need a ruling on this. Come. Does this count as an invitation to the House of Hope?
There, middle of somewhere.
I don't like this at all.
Yes? Okay, everyone says yes. So, does this invitation stand when I go to Act 3? He never specifically revokes it? Mm-hmm. So if you guys universally think that this is valid for Act 3, then okay, I can go into the House of Hope.
The House of Hope, where the tired come to rest and the famished come to feed lavishly. Go on.
I was invited to a van once. The chocolate was the best part.
Supper. After all, it might just...
Did they also have puppies? Mine had puppies.
Not easily.
But I'm not the only one who modifies Astarion's appearance. Hate the way it looks by default. I don't mind Astarion's look. I just thought it would be funny to change it. Oh, my food's here. BRB.
What's better than a devil you don't know? A devil you do.
Fuck. A Cambion.
Am I a friend? Potentially. An adversary? Conceivably. But a savior? That's for certain.
Alright, I'm back. Danny will have you hung for that? No, Danny will have you hanged for that. Hung is what she claims Astarion is. I may have made a critical error. I assumed there would be a fork in here. There isn't. Hang on. BRB one more second. Alright, I'm back. I got my chicken, I got my blue cheese. Yes, some of you would call it molds, but then I'll just point out that moldy cock is Halcyon, and some people like that, so. We'll say it's difficult to escape these Astarion and Shadowheart fan bubbles. I mean, yeah, they're the two companion characters that Larian themselves clearly paid the most attention to. I like all the companions, just like Jameen. I like almost all the companions. Hiccup. Oh no.
Oh, a mere trifle. How dear is one's soul, really? A rhetorical question, of course, but let me venture an answer. It's worth very little.
Hidden asterisk there.
With a tadpole in your
I'll show you a hidden asterisk.
One skull, two tenants, and
Kermit
no
Gabe.
solution in sight. I could fix it all like that. And what is madness but a denial of reality? Still, I have a feeling you'll change your mind before it's changed for you. Try to cure yourself, and when...
That's what separates us from the devil, soldier.
I'll be all...
It's far more approval for no reason. Oh, accidentally moved the log. Whoops.
A quiet little word.
Bloody hell. Now, he knows our secret. He claims
Devil, we shouldn't
the
trust
worst
him.
prospect we've stumbled across. As
Not
long
gonna
as he
change my
could.
mind.
Well, there were no
Free
right
approval.
answers with that devil. He was toying with his food. Watch out for that devil. I'm not sure what else I can say, at least until
I don't think I've ever seen that one.
She taught me, trained me, punished me. Often, I think I feel her influence when the wound pains me. Not even memories, just glimpses, impressions. Perhaps the wound is her doing, something Lady Shah bid her to do. I don't know.
By the way, I think this is the highest approval I've ever had Shadowheart at. Fans regularly play pure druids, no tadpole powers, no multi-class, only rest outdoors, etc. The vampire try to buy baby nerds in that stake. I don't really agree. I think staking him is kind of intentionally flying off the handle, but, you know, that's the beauty of role-playing. Everyone has their own interpretation.
lot with likely... Quite splendidly, to give credit where it's due. You and I have shared some good times together.
I'm not playing.
Just farming approval with everybody.
We can learn a lot from fairy tales, don't you think? Refuse him no matter how tempting the offer, no matter how delicious the feast he lays out for you.
Oof.
The cost's always too great.
Refuse him like you refuse Mizora? That's too low of a blow. Oof. Oof. Look it.
I made a mistake. This is your chance to learn from it. He'll require of you only what you're least ready to part with. And then require more still. You might think you'd give up anything for a cure. But the devil won't take just anything. He'll take everything.
Will has such good potential for a character. It's well acted, well conceived, like really interesting take on a just classic good person who is tied up in some real bad shit. But he did it for the right reasons, but he still screwed himself over and potentially others. There's so many cool things with Will. But then they just didn't give him content later at all. Ugh.
Well met. It was...
Ugh. Everyone can play how they want, miss out on a lot of character development plot anyway. It's your game. It's more talking about people who brag about they stake him every time completely unprompted because of deep-seated insecurities. You know, the same people who brag about killing Lae'zel. Or Will.
For a mere pittance of coin,
Why is this 0?
I might summon the worthiest among them.
One of my mods changed the cost of respecking without my knowledge. I don't like that. Whatever, if I respec, I will just throw away 100 gold then. I guess I could steal it back from him, but like, eh. The companion mirror unlock mod? Is that what? Ugh. I hate that. That has absolutely nothing to do... No, I believe you, by the way. It has absolutely nothing to do with why I installed that mod. I hate mods that just go above and beyond and do weird shit like that. Used to like Astarion until I realized even after his good arc, it's not enough for me. He still approves of me doing two vile things. Well, that's the thing with Astarion. He's not a good man. He never was. He has the potential to turn into one, but even with the most positive influence on him, getting him to genuinely confront his trauma, heal from it, and learn to be a better person, he doesn't get all the way there, and that's realistic. I think it would be a betrayal of the character for him to lose that sort of ambiguity. He's not a good man. He never was. He can be, but he's not there yet in any version of the game's events, and that's okay. Alright, now how do I want to handle...
I came just in time. You are transforming.
I like the face art.
Yes, you have. I saved you before.
Okay. Talk about Pookie? Yeah. It'd be really grating if he made a 180 like that. Yeah.
And I'm here to say
Okay. She seems friendly.
Don't worry. You will
Also,
not become a
big lady.
Not while I'm around. I'll protect you.
Oh, please protect me, man. Or harm me. Whatever works for you.
We haven't much time, so listen closely. There is great potential within you. It comes from that parasite. Your instinct is to resist the power it gives, but you must accept it.
It's not bald, get lady with glorious beard, but pretty good. Mm-hmm.
I will keep it from consuming you, but for the sake of both of us.
Sorry, it's perfect and amazing. Walking red flag, I love him. He's a walking red flag. Sure, we can go with amazing. Perfect, no, and that's why I like him. You can tell the Epilogue Party, since it's 6 months later, he's made bigger strides. Still not, like, good. He says he just wants everyone to be happy. Yeah. And by that point, he has made some significant strides towards being at peace with his trauma. You know, it's not a you cross a threshold and then you're healed from it type deal, but he has made a lot of progress, and I would say it's safe to say he's no longer defined by it. He's no longer trying to be a Cazador type figure.
The enemy is closing in.
And he has taken steps towards acting with something resembling empathy guiding his actions.
Wake now.
So progress.
Better. I promise.
Alright, I'm gonna need fast hands here. Alright. It's shady here.
You can absorb it. Your mind.
Ow, sorry. It's patch 7's fault. Long rest again. Get rid of the nauseated condition.
It was bad enough having just one of those tadpoles forced upon us. I can scarcely believe on. I never expected Ceramorphosis to
Talk her into it for memes? Yeah, why
I
not?
think we should resist these powers. There's simply too many unknowns for us to risk it.
The odds are stacked against us. Can we truly afford to ignore a potential advantage?
Well, perhaps you have a point.
Approval.
Fine. Let's explore these powers then. I just hope we don't come to regret it. Huh. So...
Partial rest.
But you're desperate to be rid of it. Good. The parasites are merely a symptom of a greater sickness. Were it not for my protection, because health, you.
Big lady. Okay, it's 31 HP. If I do aid, it's 36. If I can get to 41, which I should have at level 5, right? I'll get 5 HP from level. I think. So now we gotta save Barkus. Pop one of my 18 Hill Giant elixirs. Didn't discover Blighted Village. Forgot. Odd.
The faded ghost of fun.
There we go. Here. It's definitely sunny over there. Save, good idea. I should really have gone and bitten the sleeping bugbear or crusher. But I forgot.
hell do you...
Leave.
As the symbol glows, power, the
Brand.
goblins sing.
Tell them to leave. I'm gonna step into shadow, so the condition's gonna go away in a moment, but biting Crusher but not biting his toe. For gore. Could speed pot and go for the Devouts, but that's greed I'm not equipped to handle right now. Going well so far. Turn-based mode is a lifesaver here. Not sure how possible this would be without it.
Cut me loose! Well, you saved nothing.
I saved you nothing? What am I, the Department of Government Efficiency? Topical reference, I'm actually screaming inside, but haha, funny. Because we're proficient with it. It's currently 21 AC. This thought, can you stop the windmill, throw a featherfall pot at Barkus, start it again to launch pad and survive? No. At least I'm 99% sure that doesn't work. Thank you for testing, though. So the plan for levels is 5 would get me Uncanny Dodge, but maybe once I'm level 5, I respec to be 1 something else for Rogue, so I have the proficiency to wear adamantine gear. Thank you, White Freeze, for confirming. It's pretty much what I expected. Did I ever get another animal speaking? No? Okay, let's go for Evolo. So that I can buy animal speaking from him. So that I can chicken chase. And we can grab Scratch. Hot swapping gear for maximum jump distance after pre-dashing. This allows me to have 96 meters of movement and 13-meter jumps. I can spend 3 meters to go 13. So 126 meters of effective movement.
Need something?
Vigilance. Won't find invis either. Should buy every darkness arrow I see. Scrolls too. I think I have to save Murkon to be able to get the Ring of Protection in this run. Because yes, I know in a normal run, you just need to save one of the kids, then you go in there, talk to Bull, get the quests, and you're good. But I need to be invited down there. That is definitely the home of the Tiefling kids right now. And I didn't have Donnie invite me because I'm stupid. I just could in theory. I do that so infrequently that I have no idea of the specifics of that. You don't catch Sylphie and realize they stole. But if I get robbed and I don't catch them and I don't realize they stole from me, then I can't go down there still. So I just get robbed for no reason. I suppose once the Tieflings have moved from there, I could go take my stuff back after getting Act 2 access, but like, I don't know how I feel about that. But it's a thought. Animal speaking from you, better prices. Paying 26 gold, but getting all that.
Pleasure.
I'm down. Let's rob Droraxon's little area.
I spy a scrying eye. Let's not get its attention.
The village to the east. It's abandoned.
Looks that way. But scouts said they had something moving around out there. Something big.
It's not our concern. Our prey is elsewhere.
Like I need a jump potion.
On tippy toes.
Oh, that's probably sunlight. Oh, I didn't spend 6 seconds, so it's fine. It's when you start your turn, not when you touch it. So I have some latitude there. Spring step boots on rogues are really interesting. It's a way to keep momentum going. So if there's a situation where I didn't want to wear haste helm, spring step could situationally win over boots of speed. Infernal Iron for Karlach's first upgrade. Do I bewall anyone this run? I don't know. I don't really like going to Grimforge at level 4, but we're gonna do it anyway.
A vessel wobbles on the lake's murky water.
Oh, where's Gek? What about Gek? Come.
You continue.
Well, I'll be plowed. You spit it, drug. You're shitting.
Who's the hoon, Greyman? Another slave
Always
for the
slave
day?
again and I'll feed you your own stomach.
Shit. You're as plucky as you are pretty. Sergeant might have 2 uses for you.
Sorry, canonically pretty.
Morgul. He's one of those absolute crackpots. Found the hoon sailing Gek's skiff.
That's so. I
feel the slightest of stirrings in your head. The Dwegar is not infected, yet your minds resonate.
I'll be. You're one of them cult freaks. Felt the tingle. Your twat-soul chum owes us a load of coin. You want through? Make a donation. Unclog your hole. Just shitting around. But I'm warning you. That twat soul ain't settled up soon. There'll be hell to pay for the lot of you cult buggers.
This way.
No Dwegar built this place. They don't have the style.
It is nice being able to move around freely in the Underdark.
A sun dweller in it. Take a look. Tell me what you see. And be thorough.
I should really be doing this after I already have Warpen Man, huh?
Nothing odd catches your eye.
So yeah, never mind.
As you look at the skeletons, you realize they are all clad in the same dark armor. You
Check don't matter. Ancient door. Let me take those. Trying to think what other jump boosting gear there is that I could have on top of this. Graceful Cloth, I guess. 1.5 meters more. Graceful Cloth, getting more strength, getting athlete, being a champion or a monk.
appreciate its finding.
It's time she had her due.
Shit. I just can't shake you, can I?
Well, buddy, you're a little confused.
What's this?
That drow near is going to be on his last gasp, and you thought of me. Thank you. It's beautiful. I'll find a place of honor for it in camp. Nobody's ever given me anything before. What do I owe you in return?
It's a gift. I'm not expecting anything.
Thank you. Lady Shard teaches us to forswear material goods, but I think she'll make an exception for her own image.
Hey, Crypto.
I wonder, perhaps this is connected to the Dark Justiciars. This isn't the first sign we've come across. It can't just... Thank you.
If we find anything.
I should have...
Alright, let's check my approval with her. Do I see that again? 62.
You know, if you're
I'm an efficient sharder. The looting already on the books? Yeah. Finished that yesterday. What was the brain strat? I turned it to the Slayer. I tried to have Orpheus eat the brain, but it succeeded its saves all, like, 5 times. Because I didn't really prep for that, just on a whim. I was like, maybe this works. And it didn't, so I did the backup strat of I turned it to the Slayer and one-rounded it.
Simple.
It's almost like the Slayer form is, good. I love using it so much, too. I never get tired of proving that particular point.
What was that watchword? Looks
Didn't catch it. It's what? It's a secret. I can't tell you.
You know what it means? Alas, I don't.
Secretly OP.
What's in here?
It's your. It's a trade secret.
What are you? A mold of some sort. Brilliant.
Or we thought Slayer was so trash, the challenge run all its own to use it. Yeah. It was one of those things where at the time I was like, this can't be as bad as people say it is. And I didn't know how to use it, so I was like, hey, let's just use it by itself a whole run. And I was like, wait, this is actually really good. And I have not believed the Slayer form is bad since, like, hour 2 of routing that run. And my opinion of it has only gotten better over the many months since then. Slayer's that guy. I think we'll be making a shield and a scimitar, by the way. Astarion went to the salon. He's trying something new, RBF. Oh, okay. I triggered a crime response, but only on this one. Still hiding? So scuffed. Stealth successful. Stealth successful, athletics failed. What am I rolling? Oh, threes.
That won't work.
Won't work. Maybe I should try something else.
Let's move.
Me today, Chappie unhinged, eats my pain. So there's a theorem that I suggested yesterday in Danny's stream, RBF, and I know you as a woman of culture understand what I'm referring to. In my humble opinion, our boy Barkus Root, let's just say they called him Beer Can in college, you know? He is absolutely just forced to, you know, he has to have that core strength because of that thing he's dragging, that python that is contained only by his cute little slacks. He is protecting the rest of us from a leviathan of sorts. The world snake, even. Yeah, the world serpent. Cause like Barkus has a massive dong. Barkus root or like Barkus tree trunk with that thing. He's dead under his pants. Yeah. Yeah, Barkus is he's packing heat. He's got the schmeats. However you want to phrase it. With great cock comes great responsibility. Common Barkus W, to be honest. Yeah, like, others have suggested that that's why Wolverine acts the way he does. He feels threatened. You know, clearly there's some subtext indicating that their relationship could have been a particular nature, and well, maybe upon seeing what Barkus is packing, Wolverine was like feeling kind of inadequate, you know? He seems the type. Day 18 straight of working like 68 hours a week. Sent out an email to review the number of management staff this month and the impacted employees know in May. Ugh. I'm so sorry. Like, humans were not meant to deal with that sort of thing. I'm more radicalized on that subject every day. Stealth failed, athletics failed. We love that. Is it radical though, is it? It's not, but... Alright, let's see. Did I roll double digits? No, a 4 and a 5. Cool. Lovely.
Again.
Rolling double digits. Look at Mr. Expected in the world. Yeah, sorry, Orange Kill. Kinda forgot. You check my privilege on that one.
I'm so tired.
Get a big stress over my boss sending me repeated requests over urgent things need to be done now. I'm outside, walking and spraying. My mental illness is cured. Nice. Outside is pretty cool. Enjoy it before the bosses take that from us too. I miss outside. If anyone else lives in a tree cum state, you may share my pain right now. Tree cum, yes, yes. I too hate when you get all that cum in your nose and then you start sneezing. Yeah. Why did I unmute? What a terrible time to have ears. Listen. Everything's okay.
Now we just need something to feed.
Cum trees are real and can hurt you. There you go, you heard it here first, folks. Spent 3 weeks outside once, it was wonderful. That's a lot of outside. What is happening? Tree cum, Danny. Do you have any further questions? Feel good about my contribution to this stream. I do too. Alright, I'm allowing that one. I'm surprised Automod hasn't been trained to accept a jizz yet. Also, I just realized I autopiloted and went to Grimforge without actually, like, saying anything about my ruling on coming here this way. Lake is standing water, so it's fine. The body of water you cross there is specifically referred to as the Ebon Lake. It's a lake.
Use your lithic potential.
No. Hot. Still want a hat for comfort. It's hot. Right, Cat? Hat for comfort is good too.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Oh, buddy. Almost rolled over Charlie. I felt so bad. Oh no. I guess I should have hand crossbows on. Because the valve's working normally, as it never does. Likes to sprawl underneath my chair, and yeah, mistakes were made. Aw.
Ready or not?
Lump is doing better than expected. This is the best I've ever seen them do, I think. With good rolls, 2 hammer hits get me there. This could also be the run where I finally do Illusion Wizard. I've been wanting to for a while. Illusion Wizard plus Thief for multiple bonus actions. Or, you know, you can minor illusion with main action, with bonus action. Toss your cat, hit someone with sneak attack.
Let's find some prey. Time for a new approach. I'll just let them fight. It'll be faster than if I shoot my hand crossbows. Keep going. Jake is jaking off over there. Got many items are gonna go with this run. I'm thinking the shield and the scimitar. Scimitar, so I can because it's a finesse weapon, and I can ignore slashing resistance. It's also a light weapon, so I can, like, dual wield and stuff. I'm considering the mace for doing the same thing for bludgeoning damage, but, like, I don't know. Maybe the mace. I can't sneak attack with it directly is the thing. Whereas I can sneak attack with the scimitar. I don't know. Definitely the shield. I'll probably hold off on making a weapon so that I can decide later. Dual wielding mace and practice sword. Could. I need to take dual wielder for that, but I could. You could also just put a diluted oil of sharpness on the practice sword, and then it'll count as magical. So you could use it on like Merkel in that instance if that was the goal. And if I want to practice sword stuff in Act 3, I'd probably use Bone Spike gloves with it. Practice sword's such a hidden gem, and I love how goofy it looks. Same. I want to do some stuff with the wooden shield. It's a 1 AC shield. There's no, like, benefit to that, though, unless you're doing some sort of retaliation build, or build where you want to have low AC, where you still want to benefit from having a shield for maybe the purpose of, like, Shield Master. Still need to think of a reason to do that other than the memes. I thought about the idea of, like, a joke trash run, but, like, it's not actually hard. Poo Scraper is the same as a regular dagger, and that's already crazy. Practice sword. Wooden shield is still AC positive in a lot of situations. Akabi's items are not actually bad at all. It wouldn't really be a challenge. It's the kind of thing you slot in with another rule set. Like how, on its own, no tadpole powers, completely fucking free. Not a noteworthy restriction in any way. Something like melee only, completely free. Not a notable restriction by itself. You gotta add more. So, I saw you walk through the lava and you didn't get superheated, Grim. You want to explain that one to me? Now lubing up a wooden sword for kids works so well against the literal avatar of a god. Just shows you the power of sneak attack. And why anyone who tells you rogue can't deal damage has not even looked at their sneak attack. Really wish I had Blade Ward. Do I need Minor Illusion anymore? No? There's still things it's useful for.
It's mine now.
Okay, now we have the mats to make some bossy oil as well.
Quick step. Certainly.
We have Warped Headband. I haven't been to Arcane Tower yet, so I don't have the ring, but let's just tell the spiders to chill out.
The
drow are a statement. It's not like Dwerger to be so bold.
I agree. What care we for his business here? He keeps us
Religion.
small.
Barely enough. Thank you, Warped Headband.
Is
What's my level? So either I go Rogue 5 for a stronger sneak attack and uncanny dodge, or I go respec and go like Fighter 1, Rogue 4. I don't hate that idea. You can even go Barbarian 1. Goal being more HP. I don't think I would rage, but like I could. Barbarian 2 would be Reckless Attack, which combines very well with Sneak Attack. Barbarian 3, I could pick up Bearheart. Rage and just sit in sunlight. Salami, Poo Scraper, insert meme item here. It can also be boiled down to here's my 9 monk levels. Yeah. Yeah. These spiders can fight Dwergar with you, one of these BG3 myths. I've never tried White Freeze. There are a bunch of myths like that. Could be. Let's assign the rogue level for now. Test some stuff. Sunlight hypersensitivity. Can he dodge? I take 8 from sun. Much more manageable. And that's without resistance. With resistance, I would take... Let's see, that would reduce the damage to 10. Then Hell Dusk would kick in 7. And Uncanny Dodge would take off half of that. Round it up. So I would take 3. Man, rogues are so good. Rogue is incredible. The harder a rule set, the more likely rogue is the counter to the rule set. Not even kidding. There's a reason why the hardest challenge runs, the most restrictive ones in this game, have been dominated by rogues and monks. And I don't mean multi-classes, I mean pure classes.
A sun dweller in the... Take a look. Tell me what you see. And be thorough.
Okay.
Nothing odd catches your eye.
A sun dweller in these parts. Take a look. Tell me what you see. And be thorough.
Sure.
Nothing odd catches your eye.
Please, take a look. Tell me what you see.
Forgot to actually.
What luck. Look here, Hoon. Take a look. Tell me what you see, and be thorough.
Number of times I've hit a 1 followed by a 20, or a 20 followed by a 1. It's caused me to have some tinfoil.
The hells have touched Grimforge. Bold want this.
What do you think? What luck! Look here. Take a look. Tell me what you see, and be thorough.
My dice are so fucking cursed today. I'm struggling to clear double digits.
Boulder's no.
What do you think?
Oh, this tinfoil's a banger line.
Several blood hottest of flame.
Until, but my work. Well, let's see what you've got.
Darkness Arrow, gimme. Colossus Elixir. We could have Astarion become Big Lady. Let's go steal the Abyss Ring next.
I say you're scamming a lot of us.
On tippy toes.
As much as I want to do the uncanny dodge thing, off the bat, I do think it is smarter for me to go with the setup where I have the ability to do like ham. Nothing's stopping me from respecking.
Let's move. Fine. Dost thou require?
I hate that this mirror customization mod makes the respecking free. I hate it, actually. I don't think I changed my high elf cantrip here for minor illusion. I could change it to blade ward, but like minor illusion too good. Am I comfortable with these stats too? Willing to give up a little bit of Riz so that I could have 18 strength naturally, 20 when we get to Arash. Old reliable. Sounds good to me. Swap out sleight of hand expertise for athletics. I've failed way too many athletics checks today. I'm fucking over it. Swap out stealth for insight. But hang on, I need to start as the class that gets the heavy armor proficiency. Well, I don't need to. But if I want to do ham, then I should. So it's between fighter, cleric, ranger, paladin.
Tempest Cleric gets Fog Cloud. Always prepared. But Fog Cloud lets Blood of Lathander through to damage Cazador. Green Hand Sleep from Ranger would be neat. I wouldn't get that till level 2, Mick. Rangers are half casters. We'll go with Fighter. I could go 2-weapon to help offhand crossbow damage, or, you know, just dual wield damage. Defense is just nice. Great weapon fighting would be cool for Thalar sneak attack. Would Cleric clash with the vampire thing? No. There's lots of evil deities that you could be a cleric of. Yeah, we'll take athletics, intimidation. Yep, sure. Rogue. Yeah, athletics expertise. Persuasion proficiency expertise. Damn. Good old Ham Rogue. It won again. Yeah, 40 HP now. Put Bow of Awareness back on. So we need the initiative. Alright, we have 27 AC, critical hit immunity. Could go kill the mimics to get 28. I don't have uncanny dodge anymore.
Shall we?
fresh sweets the warm.
50 HP. So now I could take 2 ticks of sun if I needed to. Fighting the Bugbear Assassin would be interesting, considering that's all daylight. Maybe I wait to do that until I have Uncanny Dodge. I'm here to get Ring of Flinging.
Need anything else? Of course. But please, remember, you're not the only one in need.
Back all that up. But not done. Haven't been to Joaquin's Rest.
His eyes flicker to yours.
Yeah, I didn't get invited down there. Awkward. Yeah, I may have put myself in a very awkward position, as in, like, unable to get Ring of Protection, maybe.
Our little Hellion told.
Think.
Happens more often than you'd think.
Please, make it stop.
Terrible.
Oh, more my.
Fight by saying Pablo wants to talk to you. The druids invite me in there. But what does that have to do with the tiefling kids inviting me into their hideout? Different people, different building.
Dance upon. More like butchering. Don't at the hands of this bloody song. I'll dance upon the stars tonight. Smile and pay. Words of mine will turn to ash when you pull the.
I said double digits on that.
There was so much blood. The week.
My bad, Brain Fried. Nah, I get you. It's okay. Maybe there's a world in which I go get the silver sword. Use that to feel more confident. Helping Murkon? I don't know. Probably not this world. I got time to think about it though. How much blood you say? Astarion seething.
A quick rummage.
Oh, I have animal speaking. I could have just asked. Oops. Okay.
All right.
Bring Shart, see if she gets scared of a wolf, so I can farm some approval for no reason.
I was hoping you'd come to chat. All right.
If I heavily encumber her, she'll have disadvantage on the save on the fear. This is diabolical. What the fuck am I doing?
Oh no. I hate wolves.
In a world of demons and dragons, you're scared of wolves.
Everyone's frightened of something. My fear's hardly irrational when you see the fangs on those things. I suppose you've noticed I'm not terribly fond of wolves. They're ravenous predators with fangs like daggers. It's hardly an irrational fear to harbor. You've been decent to me so far. Maybe if you can, don't make me face any more of them. At least, not alone.
Got boxes are so hard to reseal. Okay, I got it. Try to avoid wolves in the future where possible.
Thank you. I had a feeling you'd be understanding.
Let's see, what's her approval? It's just kind of funny to get her approval up at this point. 67.
Don't touch me.
I should really get Mage's Friend before doing this, but fuck it, we ball.
Tread lightly.
Attack you new.
That mural.
Huh?
Well, my day just improved. Did you want some? Well, my day just improved.
There was an exclaim, but nothing to do with it. Okay.
I don't want blood on my hands. We have the right to defend our home. So that's what you want? To kill a bunch of innocents? I don't want to kill anyone, but I won't let this grove be harmed. Not again.
The Druid's Grove is the right to defend itself. Look at those refugees sitting there, menacingly. Gotta defend the grove from them, huh?
I was hoping you'd come to chat.
think it's weird to put the refugees in charge of the main gate, though. It's not that they put the refugees in charge of the main gate, it's that they're doing absolutely nothing to run or protect their own grove. Like, they are so hands-off that's that. Like, remember, Halsin, the protector of the grove, he makes the grove his entire identity outside of being horny. He's not fucking there. and the first opportunity he gets to put those responsibilities on someone else, he does it. Then the first opportunity he gets to leave, he does that too. They're just following his example. Like, you can have conversations with a dozen different druids about how, oh, which Halsin was here? Hey, could you go find Halsin? None of them will do it. Not a one. You don't even find any corpses of druids that went to look for him. None of them even tried. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that you end up in a situation where Nettie said a bird, yes, and you can talk to the Apicus or whatever her name is, and she'll be talking to a bird trying to get it to go as well. But did any of them go? Did any of the druids go? There's an order of events where Halsin will leave the prison to fortify the grove, and he just doesn't show. It's like they hate the tieflings, they make one of them in charge at the gate, whether the grove opens or not. Well, they didn't put the tieflings in charge, is the thing. At least that's not how I saw it. Like, no one was doing it. So the tieflings are just like, oh, well, I don't want this place to get rushed by goblins, so, like, okay. It's more a matter they saw Kaga taken over and thought, well, hail our new leader, I guess. Except you can literally talk to any of them, and that's not the case. Most of them are like, I don't like this Kaga thing, can we have Halsin back? And none of them do anything. Nettie will beg you to go find Halsin. Wrath will beg you to go find Halsin. Apicus, or whatever her fucking name is, the one I talked about a minute ago, will beg you to go find Halsin. Aaron will beg you to go find Halsin. Nature will sort it out or something, I guess. She just wants to make the grove great again. She's just levying tariffs on the tieflings, you know? Just druid back. It's true. This is in shade. This building's uninhabited.
Let's see.
It says there's a cellar here somewhere.
Go nappy nap nap. Good night, Sora.
Let's have it.
I never looted Fezzik.
Like a wraith.
It wasn't my intended target, but makes sense. I don't have to bite the bugbear now. There's the dagger that still juts from the meat. Is that over there?
Step quick.
Tightly embedded, one might say. Go up embedding the dagger in a chunk of sizzling meat.
Feast fit for an ogre. You notice a peculiar dagger protruding from the tough, leathery meat. The dagger is tightly embedded in the... dagger still juts from the meat. You notice the thanks.
Still in turn-based. That costs no actions. Sick. That's obscured. I wonder how feasible getting level 6 without running into any of the sunlight issues is. I don't think it really is, because we're probably looking at me dealing with Joaquin's, me dealing with the Gnolls. A wall in some capacity would be a chunk. Arcane Tower. Go fight some Hokors. Had a hard time seeing the jutting dagger through his bangs. Yeah, I guess perceiving things can be a little hard while you're banging. Post-jut clarity. Hey, Mystic Line. I saw earlier, first solo attempt died, super mistaken conversation, thought it was the opportunity to ask. Stats ready to go for pure Eldritch Knight Fighter. 17 strength, 16 dex. No wisdom, no intelligence. Then you customize to taste between constitution and charisma.
I don't trust strange marks. Left by some charming new monstrosity, I'm sure.
Now, if you're doing archery focus, then you could swap the 17 between strength and dex. But yeah, the idea being you use hag hair on whatever one you have at 17. Or tavern brawler, or athlete, or whatever. When I think of someone losing an honor run to a conversation, just imagine that one instant death dialogue option with Blackith. Did the subreddits ever slow down with people having like weekly posts of, hey, I lost my honor run to Blackith, ho ho ho, ho ho ho. People were using that to karma farm for a while. Ever reading Reddit? Sure as hell is not for a game. Amen. Or a women, am I right, gamers? Enjoy my current Tiger Barb run with Skin Burster Gaming. Nice. Isn't it the spell mod for Eldritch Knight, though? Yeah, but, like, why would you care? You are never going to, at least not when you're making good choices, you are never going to prioritize casting an offensive spell over making an attack. And if you are, you can take appropriate precautions with things like Arcane Acuity and spell save DC increasing gear to make that more effective than wasting your stat points on intelligence. By the time you're in Act 3, you could be running around with enough spell save DC boosting gear and Arcane Acuity to have your spell save DC at 30 with 8 intelligence. You could get it to 30 if you wanted to. And then you could also be forcing disadvantage on everything with Resident Stone or with Stricken with Eldritch Inertia, which is something that your basic attacks do at level 10. So, like, at no point are you going to be like, okay, well, this is the turn where I click Scorching Ray. No, you just attack. At level 5, you have extra attack. You just make 2 attacks. At level 11, you have improved extra attack. You just attack 3 times. You're not going to be clicking offensive cantrips. You have, as you said, utility things like Blade Ward, like Minor Illusion. And then you've got Enhanced Leap Longstrider. You've got Shield, Expeditious Retreat. And then you have things like Thunderwave, which, as I mentioned, you can just Acuity stack and gear properly for if you need to throw someone off a ledge with Thunderwave, and for whatever reason you can't just push them or throw them. You've got Magic Missile, which doesn't care what your spellcasting modifier is. Darkness doesn't care. Trying to figure out if I should be worried here. I don't think I need to be.
We'll do it my way. What can we rescue? Over here.
Thief moment ready. Disengage. Get out of threaten range. Hide. Sneak attack. The one I put the Hunter's Mark isn't the one that aggroed. Of course, it's the one paired with Filro. Okay. Dash with Fleet Fingers, jump. Big run.
Let's keep to the shadows. Silent as the grave.
You can play like a nut on Thief, it's great. You can just be really, really aggressive with very little defensive gearing, because if you just can disengage, dash, hide, jump whenever you want, basically ensure your sneak attack access for one-shotting things, you have so much control. Like, it doesn't get mentioned a lot, but taking away, if you did like a no magical gear run or something, I think Thief is one of the most desirable classes for that. Just because there's nothing stopping you from just taking the humble regular dagger and being like, ha ha ha, I sneak attack you and then I fuck off. Thief OP. Yeah, Thief's real good. That's the thing about Rogue. All the subclasses are good. It is the most challenging to get value out of Arcane Trickster. You need, like, some game knowledge to know what you're getting from it. And Assassin is one of those things that people flock to because it is ultimately consistency. Here's the thing about Assassin. It doesn't give you more damage. Not even 1 point more damage. It doesn't. It just forces consistency. If you are critting on the other rogues, they do the same damage as Assassin. So Thief having more actions total can be beneficial. The thing about Assassin is you get that consistency and you get the action refresh. And you get another avenue with which to gain advantage on your attacks. Of course he turned that way. Bastard. I'm a boring Assassin Gloomstalker for Astarion. That archetype's popular because it's very consistent. You don't really have to do much except click the button until things die. Put a simple toxin, but honestly I think I'd rather fire dip. The crit too. Just fuck that guy. Sorry, looks like a cleric of Saluna. I guess I kind of forgot. Set myself up well here. Still in threatened range. Lame. Lifewood Halfling, Gloomstalker, Ranger, Assassin, Rogue, Champion, Fighter. Thirst, Deathstalker Mantle is how I got through my very first Honor Mode run. So, like, everything about that is the staple, the cookie cutter, every Reddit build guide will mention. Large presence on YouTube. It was, like, the popular thing to do back when the quote-unquote ultimate solo honor rule set was very popular here in the Twitch directory. And it's because every single part of that build that was listed out there is something that removes you having to understand how a mechanic works. And that's what makes it a good entry-level build. Because there's fewer things you need to know. It doesn't peak higher than a lot of other things, but... So, like, Halfling. You don't really need to have as much planning ability when the game is going to hand you freebies in terms of your rolls. Clicking an attack in a disadvantageous situation is less likely to punish you. You don't have the issue of halflings having no dark vision and terrible movement with Gloomstalker passives getting around that. Assassin, you don't need to know how to crit more consistently because you get that. Fighter, you get Action Surge. Now, Champion minus crit is great, but inherently less valuable on Assassin unless you are doing the playstyle where you are shooting from outside of combat and then using Assassin for when you're inside combat, which is how a lot of people do it, so that makes sense there too. It's not like Battlemaster would be better. Eldritch Knight would arguably be, but that's a separate conversation. Deathstalker Mantle, outright disadvantageous in a lot of situations, but it is the only cloak available in Act 1, and it's the one that, with that Archer playstyle, you don't need to alter your gameplay loop at all. You just start going Invis for free. You don't need to manage that resource at all. So every single part of that is making the gameplay more automatic, which is why it was so popular and has seen so much praise. It's a good starter build.
Yes, here. Let's have a little fun.
Astarion's portrait is different too. Well, I mean, he looks different here too, Batchet.
Let's find some prey.
Sorry, looks about 12 to 15 years younger. I only changed the hair. It's funny how much of an impact that has. Astarion Origins. Would you say it looks like he has a quick, easy smile? The handsome younger man, maybe.
Step quick.
We knew a lot less about the game at the time, and also hadn't learned to read yet, so we established that Shallow's Night reading sheets anyway. Yeah, of course. Knowing how to read is frowned upon. Don't let it happen again.
Now they see me.
Juicy crit.
They won't know.
Oh, okay. The sight cone is pointing that way, but it's looking this way. This is what happened to me with the Knolls earlier.
Make it hurt.
Sometimes the game's just lying about the sight cones. It's completely facing the other way.
A better position. Into the shadows.
Up and throw it, maybe better reset. Probably would. You're not wrong.
Watch the shadows. Well, hello.
Keep Balin now, I guess.
Off we go then. Stop.
You recognize the name.
Scroll.
finally breathe.
Reddit first post, weird unconventional monoclass builds don't work in honor mode. Response, Wildheart Barbarian needs rotten cheese to rage. Why do they think it doesn't work? Like, people just not fucking try things? Like, that is the most common barbarian strategy in honor mode challenge running, at least here in the solo honor mode part of the challenge running community. Like, it is common. It's like the go-to. I'm playing barbarian, alright, honey badger, so I don't have to rest all the fucking time. Like, it is common. Like, what do you mean weird unconventional monoclass builds that don't work on honor? That's already a self-report because fucking every class can beat the game level 1 solo honor. So, like, it'd be an achievement to somehow make a character weaker than a level 1. Still hasn't gotten off the Berserker glaze. Yeah, Trade, I mean, I don't have to tell you this, but it's... People get, like, weirdly defensive when you point out the Berserker is a shit subclass. That's not saying it's not viable. Like, I'm sure you had some fun with it, accomplished some runs with it, or whatever, I don't doubt that. But, like, it is objectively... This is not opinion. It is objectively got fewer desirable features than the other subclasses. That's just not a matter of argument. It's not a matter of opinion. It's just true. For example, Berserker gets absolutely nothing outside of Rage. If you are not raging, you do not have a subclass if you're a Berserker. You just don't have it. Whereas both Wild Magic and Wild Heart have things outside of their Rage. Wild Heart, specifically with Honey Badger, does not even have to use Rage charges to Rage. They just have more. These people who like Paladin have some self-awareness, I found. That's true. Usually a defensive Paladin is things like, Smite sounds cool, and I like the roleplay. And, like, fair enough. Those are both cool things. Paladin has some of the most raw dialogue in the game. Like, the line comes to mind that you have against Nier. It's like, your god, my oath, let's see what's stronger. That's cold as fuck. Like, Paladin has some lines in this game, and Smite, you get a super satisfying wind-up animation. It's the same as Sneak Attack, by the way. And you get some really good sound, the same as Sneak Attack, but, you know, it's good. You got Aura, yeah. Also, Shadowheart is Arcane Trickster. Have her cast True Strike and Sneak Attack as a bonus action. Wow, so weird that won't work. Like, closing the page? Yeah, please do. Only one reason I like Berserker, that's in Rage Throw. Wildheart is like, I eat, I rage. Yeah, and Rage Throw is legitimately useful as a tool. There are some situations where you can build in a Berserker as a good counter. But the problem is, it's still inefficient compared to other barbarians. That doesn't mean it's not viable. That doesn't mean never ever play it. Just call it what it is. Horror that also affects enemies for some reason. Yeah. Finished Bear, Honey Badger selling last night. It was great. Let's go, Kels. Like the sound design of Sneak Attack more. I do too, but... You know. But yeah, normalize being like, hey, I understand this thing has its shortcomings. It's still my favorite, or I still like this, or I still enjoy this. That's okay. You don't have to distort reality so that your guy gets accolades they don't deserve. Like, it's okay. You don't have to. About the sound of a panther jumping. The sound of a panther jump is pretty cool. Nothing gives me more dopamine than juicy crit Sneak Attack. It's so satisfying, Mick. I suppose there's the argument that free cast Berserker Rage, but you can also have every other barbarian class free cast their Rage. And the thing is, Honey Badger's still advantageous because you don't have to spend any actions on it. Berserker, if you're going to Rage to be able to use your Enraged Throw, well, bonus action to Rage, bonus action to do the throw, So you need to do a spec where you have multiple bonus actions, or gear to have multiple bonus actions. But then, even in that situation, you still wasted one of them. Let's say you have the standard Berserker with a Thief Dip that everyone on Reddit talks about. So you have those 2 bonus actions. So you can first turn Rage, first turn do 1 Enrage throw. Okay? But what if you had that same Thief Dip on a Honey Badger who was raging before the combat started, and they have 2 things they can do with their bonus actions. Let's say you're dual wielding, you stab 2 people, you get 2 whole attacks. Like, you can still... Opportunity cost is a concept that does not exist in certain spaces. Like that with Battlemaster, just think they're neat and fun to play. Yeah, and no one can argue with that. At least not while being serious. That'd be Throwmancer, Barbarian, Path Interrupted, or be any other throw-focused class. Like, a Barbarian is not even remotely competitive for damage output or action economy for throwing. As we've been talking about, Enraged Throw is the selling point, and it is Enraged Throw alone. Not because it's a bonus action throw, but specifically because it's a guaranteed prone, and that's really useful for disrupting certain legendary actions, shutting off concentration. It's useful. But like, pure class Eldritch Knight stomps, Monk stomps, Rogue stomps. Even situationally, Druid and Warlock stomp. You know, Warlock can bind a packed weapon, and then as long as they have their packed weapon in their hand, they have extra attack with throwing. What do Warlocks have? Fucking Hex. Hex is fucked up. Even though worse subclasses have their time to shine. Yeah, I played Archfey Warlock for my level 1 Warlock run. I switched to Great Old One for late Act 2 onwards, but I played Archfey. Archfey is arguably one of the least desirable subclasses in the entire game, but I played it because I wanted sleep. Always prepared sleep? Or, not always prepared in the case of Warlock, but adding sleep to my spell list? Yeah, that was worth it. Shadowheart's ass. Stomps, please. Please. That's how I want to go out. The only thing I got from Battlemaster was Precision Strikes. All the enemies save against the other maneuvers. Precision Strike is one of the better ones there, DB Raymond. You could just be like, hey, I would really like to ensure this next attack lands. And if you're using Battlemaster for sparing access to Precision Strike, that's one of the better use cases for the subclass. I think you're making good choices. Like, if you're spacing out your die use, like, okay, I really, really want this hit to land on this target right now, and you dedicate your die to that, then you do minimize the resource problem. You still are less potent in every other area than an Eldritch Knight or a champion, but you've created a niche that your subclass can succeed within. Early riposte is another good thing. Ranged disarm is something that, once your DC is good, ranged disarm is pretty good on Battlemaster. Because to my knowledge, that's the only ranged attack roll that can disarm things in the game. You can disarm from range with other stuff, command, heat metal, fear, but that's the only attack roll one. This is perception, you can only be in honor mode with only most optimized meta builds, but then the images people have in mind for builds for those things are not even optimized concepts themselves. Again, the halfling, champion, assassin, gloomstalker archetype, as far as stealth archery stuff, even within the realm of gloomstalker assassin, the tech has moved far past that, and it has been far past that for quite some time. If you want an actually good take on that, Morgana Evelyn, it's a hallmark of hers. You know, she's got very comprehensive content on how to do that, and she's even got information on possible gear alternatives that are better than the cookie cutter stuff people talk about, and interesting things you can swap in, like the variant involving using Snowburst Ring and Drakethroat Cold to force prone so that people can't start combat, so you keep shooting them while they're on their back.
That's a cool innovation on the archetype that is way more complex than anything those people would think about. You know? Things like the value comparatively of Titan String Bow versus Vicious Short Bow versus Makeshift Bow. And which situation each one does better in. Like, you know, nuance. Now, that said, the Gloomstalker Assassin archetype as a whole is not something I really have interest in. It's what I used for my first solo honor clear. I won't pretend otherwise, and I enjoyed it a lot of the time, but as I've learned more things, it's something where I'm like, why would I do that when I could do this? And that's the kind of thing that comes with playing more of the game. Like, I play Archer Cleric a lot these days. I've been doing some off-stream Archer Warlock stuff. It's not working as well as I hoped it would, but it works. You know, there's lots of ways of doing any particular concept. So just normalize being like, hey, I understand that's good, but I like this. And then that being your reason. I like this. I've opened Quagdora's box. Not just a rant for free. I didn't eat the noble stock, did I? But your comment about earlier riposte Monopoly trade did remind me that I want to do that that hunter run where I'm just making enemies enlarge so that I can use Giant Killer as riposte.
Balin,
I did.
there you are. Did you bring the noble stock?
I got tendies, Irish.
Noble stock? The mushroom?
The mushroom.
Look at that. His hands are empty as a whole. I'll have to send him back out soon enough.
Big lady. But yeah, the hunter that I'm talking about. The idea is Giant Killer is a reaction that you have that allows you to make a melee attack if a creature that's large size makes an attack at you in melee range. So what if you put Colossus elixirs in someone's inventory before you fight them? They drink it on their turn. They're large size. They attack you. You Giant Killer. A Giant Killer does not cost a superiority die or anything, so you could just do it every time, or at least every turn. Thought about Giant Killer instead of Colossus Slayer. It'd certainly be interesting. And in Act 3, you'd have things like Duelist Prerogative Giant Killer for 2 of them.
We'll be clearing out, so collecting noble stock. Go on then. Look, you.
Okay, Flynn time? Quite sunny up there. How is ranked run going, by the way, Trade? How far are you? I had movement to spare on this. Crazy.
With a shock up, you see your whole world as a memory. As the symbol glows, power
We're of the same pack.
courses through you. Authority.
Old good. Generally, a best way to use Warlock's Hex, purely situational, is which stat you impede. So most of the stats, it amounts to like not really doing anything. The situations where that changes, you're most likely going to go for Strength. But if you are trying to make something more consistently fail on investigating your minor illusion, you would go Intelligence, because it is ability checks that it gives disadvantage on, not saving throws. So Athletics is a contested strength ability check. I suppose you could Hex Dexterity if you know that their acrobatic skill is higher than their athletic skill, because then it would be your athletics versus their dexterity. So Strength Dex, and then for minor illusion, Intelligence. Outside of that, I can't think of any situations where you're making an enemy make Charisma or Wisdom checks, or Constitution checks. Saving throws, yes. Checks, can't think of any.
Sensing your presence, the Gnoll's tadpole writhes in ecstasy.
Right before Grim, he just studied up on the one turn, didn't have any bad fights, didn't have any great fights. But the cool thing about Hex is it applies for any attack or anything the game classifies as an attack that you do to them. So for example, it works on punches. Hunter's Mark doesn't work on punches. Hex does. Hex works on retaliation effects. So if someone smacks you and you have Armor of Agathis on, and you have Hex on them, the Agathis is going to get Hex. It's very good. I remember to get that Alchemist Fire. Yeah, I did. Most forms of... This is something that Trade said yesterday that is absolutely true, but most forms of damage optimization in this game, the end point is, okay, now how do I get Hex on it? He said it today too, while we were talking about Fangs earlier. Okay, but how do I get Hex on it? That's the end game. I missed the fire. That kind of works out though, actually.
Just like old times.
Wizard's Crypt Fight was getting Fling Ring, Kushiko Gloves, Light Hammers can one-shot Skeleton. That's what I did on No Hit. Because if you can get him with a hammer with a one-shot, then combat might not even start. So Rugen's gotta invite me into the Zentrum hideout. Need to have combats begin for rank, unless I'm specifically go for a stealth-based strat. Ah, so the goal is to start combat and then efficiently one-shot each of them? Yeah, that makes sense. Sneak attack, go burr. Oh hey, it just occurred to me that I was sitting in the sun there. I wasn't thinking. That would have been fine though. That was one turn of taking 20 damage. Let's apply it now. At 50 HP. Warlock, you said they get extra damage from throw with bound weapon in their hand? No, that's not what I said. I said their extra attack would work with their packed weapon in their hand. Packed weapon is tied to having your... Warlock's extra attack from deep in pack is tied to having their packed weapon in their hand. So, like, Warlock cannot shoot a bow and then have their extra attack trigger. But they can have their packed weapon in their hand, throw something, that their extra attack triggers. And they can spend that extra attack whenever they choose. But they could throw twice, they could throw once, then shoot a bow, they could throw once, swing once, they could swing once, throw once, swing once, shoot a bow once. You need to throw or swing for your first attack action. And the thing... So, it's a misconception that packed weapon causes your weapons to do more. It doesn't. In fact, making your weapon scale off of charisma almost always makes it do less. Because charisma is a much harder stat to boost than strength. And it's comparable in terms of means to boost it with dexterity, but only comparable. So if you can make your weapon scale off strength or dex, it's most likely more desirable than charisma scaling. Having packed weapon on usually makes you do less damage. For example, very popular approach is to play... This is a tactician build that people have continued to recommend, despite the fact that it doesn't do anything desirable in honor mode. But something like 6 Warlock, 6 Paladin. They'll be like, yeah, you can use Packed Weapon to make your weapon scale off Charisma, so you boost your Charisma for your Warlock stuff, and your Paladin spellcasting will 1. Paladin doesn't give a fuck about Charisma at all. Some do 7-5 Oathbreaker Warlock split, so then your Charisma would be your Aura of Hate. Okay, fair enough. Aura of Hate plus Arcane Synergy, you're starting to get to the territory where they can be something useful, but you could be 12 Warlock and have Life Drinker, and be better off having better classes. Almost nothing in Paladin's kit cares about Charisma, and making your weapon scale off of that Charisma puts it lower than Strength. You can get Strength to 30 in this game. You cannot get Charisma past 24 in this game. Even if you aren't getting Strength to 30. Cloud Giant gets it to 27. Which is still higher than 24. And 24, we're talking... You go all in boosting your Charisma, including giving up gear slots that can be better spent boosting your damage in other ways. Like Duke Ravenguard's Longsword is plus Charisma while you have it equipped up to a cap of 24, so you could use that to get there, but you could also use a weapon better than Duke Ravenguard's Longsword to just have more damage than that anyway. It's a matter of, just read your abilities. It's a popular thing. But it isn't what I would call good. Paladin Warlock doing undead stuff with Charisma sounds kind of fun. Walk me through undead stuff. Because a Warlock's undead stuff, of note, is a level 11 feature. The Paladin's providing nothing to that combination. If you're talking Control Undead on Oathbreaker, that's a level 3 feature. And what is Warlock doing? Walk me through that. Also, to add on Tactician, Pack Marshals are weaker than Pure Class Warlock always has been. Life Drinker is gross.
Risen road's more dangerous than... We're bound for Boulder. Listen, you should meet my associates. We've got our own drinking spot by the tavern. Invitation only.
Give that goofy aura as an Oathbreaker. What does that have to do with undead stuff, Candy Bay?
Serpent, long shadow.
Are you saying Aura of Hate to boost your undead? Which undead?
It's fine. We'd be dead if they hadn't shown up. A little hospitality won't do any harm.
Because if you're going level 7 for Aura of Hate, you have 5 levels left. You could get to Animate Dead with Pact of the Tome from boost all undead. No, it doesn't. It boosts undead that have weapons. You need an undead summon that has a weapon. So you're looking at skeleton archers, and that's it. That's the only thing you can get. Now, you could get a single skeleton archer once per long rest from Pact of the Tome with Warlock level 5. You could. You could use an elixir and then cast Animate Dead, upcast, and have 3 skeleton archers. But Warlock isn't really suited to giving you that. So what are you getting? Yeah, at that point, play a Necro Wizard. Because Aura of Hate is your Charisma modifier as bonus damage. Let's say you have 18 Charisma, that's plus 4. Well, that is what Necromancer Wizards give all of their summons, whether they have weapons or not, and there's no range limitation on this, on every instance of their damage at level 9. For clarity, I plan on playing an Oathbreaker Paladin tomorrow. This isn't me saying never do it.
You should take a look.
But, like, understand what it is and isn't capable of.
A little small talk. I'll just help myself.
The sciencey thing. Okay, I wasn't sure. For like a co-op run or something? Well, you'll have to watch and find out, man. You'll be there. I know you'll be there. Kethric's Aura of Hate would just buff your own skeleton summons. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, sorry, it doesn't even work on melee weapons. Or it doesn't even work on archers. It's melee weapons specifically, so it wouldn't go on the archers at all. I was giving too much credit. It would work on the Cambion from the Infernal Rapier, or from Planar Ally. Your Aura of Hate would work, yes, on Ketheric. It would buff Ketheric, it would buff Merkel. If a Necromite picked up a weapon, it would buff that. Shadow Cursed Undead get buffed by it. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's not a helpful feature. I could do Charm for some, Charm Tadpole Elixir stuff. Do that later, though.
Well, lad, it's our lucky day after all.
Much better would that aura be if it only worked to your undead, buffed all attacks from them. It would be
slightly more helpful, but like let's think about what that would even affect. What would it then start working on? The skeleton archers, as I mentioned? Well, my argument earlier was that it wouldn't even be impactful on them anyway, so it would help mummies, which don't need help on their damage. And also you only get a mummy from being not a paladin. You either have to use the quest reward ring for Mystic Carrion in Act 3, or you have to be a cleric, wizard, or warlock at level 11. Flying ghouls and regular ghouls, well, those come from either the Necromancy of Thay thing in Act 3, or being a animate dead caster with 5th level spellcasting, which means, once again, not an Aura of Hate user, because they're half casters. Yeah, zombies, I guess. You can buff a zombie. Yay. Did I buy that Cloud of Dagger scroll that I meant to? I have a lightning bolt. I don't have any bombs now, though. Let's see if Cyril's selling any bombs. You're debuffing yourself as well if you fight Cazador, or if you just buff all the undead, including Cazador himself. Yeah, and if it expanded from just weapon attacks to other things, well then it's possible it would affect Cazador's Call Lightning and Blight he's using on you. Which is like, you want to give those more damage? Sure, have fun. Just use Life Drinker or Arcane Synergy. Or Life Drinker and Arcane Synergy on a pure class warlock.
Don't have much to spare, but it's more than we can carry.
Cyril doesn't have any bombs, so I guess I can do... bonus action hide stuff. I need to find a dark spot on Joaquin's roof, though. Grove Gate fight. Shadowheart got 5 killing blows of Sacred Flame. Nice. Really wanted Paladin to work. Tried a Vengeance Oathbreaker on a good dirge. Didn't make it past Act 2. Lack of slots really hurts at IMO. Spells get to feel lackluster. You're just worse at everything you're trying to do than another class would be. That doesn't stop it from being viable, because as we've established earlier, you can make anything work in this game. It's just you are worse at everything than everyone else. If you're looking for a melee burst damage specialist, well, you just described a monk or a rogue more than anyone else. If you're looking for a tanky frontliner, well, that is fighter, that is cleric, that is rogue, that is druid, that is barbarian. That's not paladin. If you're looking for a support, a team support, well, that could be cleric, that could be druid, that could be fighter. If you're looking for even specifically a half-caster who has some access to spells but is otherwise a martial, that's a ranger. I didn't even bring up Bard, which is everything Paladin tries to do but better. Everything. Class do I play if I dislike myself? I was thinking Gnome Paladin. Play Halfling Paladin. You get to see dice rolled again on every action you take, and then you get to see your smite roll 2 damage. Doesn't that sound like fun? But I hate myself and I don't want to play that. Hey, I hate myself more than you hate yourself. So, therefore, I get to be the arbiter of everybody's suffering. Because, you know, I've changed my mind. Suffering is a competition.
Ready or not? On the hunt. Let's find some prey.
Feel the pain through my screen. Quag was playing the Halfling Barbarian Arch. I thought I'd found a way to justify it to myself. I hadn't. Can't use bonus action. Soul numbed. Woo. Is this your fault? Reminds me of someone on Final Fantasy Discourse talk about how Paladin's best class in the game. Comment something like objectively it's not, retorted with they enjoyed it and worked for them. I don't want to argue left at that. Just because you enjoy something doesn't necessarily mean it's good. You know, people throw around the word best because it's easy to live in a world where everything's neatly categorized and, you know, you can boil a thing down to one word. That's not the real world. That's not even the fantasy world that we're talking about build crafting in. Nothing is that simple. It's a childish desire to simplify things. The word best tells you absolutely fucking nothing. Because for some people it's this is my favorite. For some people it's this is what I think is the most optimal for this specific situation. For some people it's this is what has the highest big number potential. For some people it's this is the least effort I can put in. For some people this is, you know, the most unintended gameplay mechanics all working together at once. For some people it's this has the most well-documented content created around it. For some people it's this has the most records. For some people it's well, I want something that's just kind of good where I don't have to swap off of it or have a really bad matchup. Like, it doesn't mean anything. The word doesn't mean anything in a theory crafting context. So that's why I don't use it.
Be quick. Now they see me.
This build, you can do 200 plus damage per turn. How much damage do you do if Athletes' Hold Person on you? Wild Magic Sorcerer is the best, because it was my first playthrough class. Sometimes became a cute cheap at a very inconvenient moment. Hey, if that's your definition of best, technically I can't fucking say shit, but like that sounds awful to me. My thing the best, your thing the bad. It's pretty much the internet in a nutshell. Yeah, I mean, it's human condition. Team sports over any sort of rational thought.
Tread carefully.
Go away! I will make you new flesh. Feed the bit your fucking flesh. Now!
The subtle approach. Oh, they're distracted.
Regular hyena talks. I speak with animals on. People get unnecessarily aggressively defensive. You mentioned one bad thing about the thing that, like, even if it's objectively true. Yes, yes they do. Interesting. Sunlight hypersensitivity. Maybe applies if the target is also... That's interesting. Also dislike echo chambers. X said that Y builds the best, therefore it must be the best. I mean, the internet, social media especially, is constructed to be a series of echo chambers. Algorithmic reinforcement of echo chambers is why every tech billionaire has the same exact positions on everything. Critical miss. I have an echo chamber for you. Echo! We're adults. Their class is lower bard, only made it to a max of level 6, and only once personally really enjoy the utility versatility for skill checks and battlefield manipulation. I'm a big fan of lower bard. I really enjoyed the lower bard run I did, to the point where you can make that class do perhaps more than you can make any other individual subclass. I will stress subclass. Because, like, you could make a fighter do a lot of crazy shit, especially in Eldritch Knight. But that's like combining, hey, fighter at baseline does a lot, yada yada yada. But like lore bard gets access to so many different mechanics between being a bard and the stuff that they themselves get, that you can do a lot. I'm an adult. You can't buy me a hot dog, man. Threw it on the ground. Draw Lore Bard's probably my favorite run. Nice. I did a Lore Bard retaliation build. That by the end of the game, I was using Contagion on myself to blind myself so that enemies would have advantage on their attack rolls against me. I was running around with 5 armor class, making enemies hit themselves for hundreds of damage. Very fun. retaliation builds are a sphere of really cool shit that the aforementioned, YouTube, Reddit builds community has not even looked into beyond. They know of the existence of Armor of Agathis and that you can put it with Abjuration, but that's as deep as that understanding goes. You can make enemies hit themselves for literally hundreds of damage by them attacking you once. That's your deep understanding right here. Good one, good one. Wait, what? What's that regarding, Jester? Pretend I haven't actually played for about a year. Gonna fire up PG3 again. Okay, cool. So, one of my favorite things to talk about. So let's go over individual retaliation effects that are known. Armor of Agathis, right? It's 5 cold damage per spell level you cast it with. So its first level it's 5, goes up to 30 damage at 6th level. You could use Wet to take that to 60 in theory. That's good on its own. Fire Shield, you can cast it as either warm or cold. Cold usually preferable because it's easier to apply vulnerability to that cold damage. You can stack that up with Agathis, get another pretty good big number there too. So those two things on their own, you're already able to hit over 100 damage in retaliation with just that. Just those two things, just 2 spells. But you could also have gear that has retaliation effects. Bone Spike Garb does your Constitution modifier as piercing damage. You could do Amulet of Greater Health. Your Con modifier is now +6. That's 6 piercing damage. Remember, that's also its own instance of damage. So we're at 3 different retaliation effects that you could have all going on the same build. Iron Vine Shield is while you have this shield equipped and your main hand weapon has been affected by Shillelagh, you have a retaliation effect that does your Wisdom modifier as piercing damage. Let's say you're optimized around that too and you have 20 Wisdom. So that's another 5 piercing damage when someone hits you. Still a separate instance. So we're at, 4 different retaliation effects? Flesh Melter Cloak, 1d6 acid damage to someone who hits you. That's 5 different retaliation effects. So let's say you had all 5 of those. Let's say you had Callous Glow Ring on. It's 2 radiant damage on all 5 of those. You added 10 damage. Let's say you had Lightning Charges. That's 1 more damage on all 5 of those. You add another 5 damage. Let's say you had Psionic Overload. That's 1d4 psychic damage on all of those. Let's say you had Resonance Stone. Double up the psychic damage. Let's say they crit you. All of the dice rolls on all of your retaliation effects are going to double up because a crit happened. So let's say you had Vicious Shortbow in your bow slot for a Dollar Amaris effect. That's 7 more damage for any of your damage instances that were a result of an attack that was a crit. So that would be 7 more damage on each of those 5 retaliation effects. But let's say you did do that wet vulnerability thing. Let's say you even took this farther and used Contagion to apply Flesh Rot to the target, the person that's hitting you. Well, that's going to be double damage on all of it. Let's say you had Hex on them. I don't know if I said Hex already, but Hex applies to all of those individually as well. Jake is going to continue trying. He is. You could combine all of these things together. You can use Boots of Psionic Movement from the Chirai Harak boss fight in the Elfsong Tavern in Act 3, the Githyanki with a legendary action. You could use those. That's another d4 of Psychic per instance. You can combine all this kind of stuff together. And you can make... I believe my record for retaliation damage that I made an enemy do to themselves with all the stars aligning and everything was 552. Made them hit themselves for 552 damage. run was that on? This was not a run. This was off-stream testing I did before the Lore Bard Retaliation run. This is stuff that I explained during the Lore Bard run. But that's a theoretical, you know, you max roll on damn near everything after applying Balm, a thing crits you while you have all your buffs up. A more realistic result would be you hit someone for something closer to 300 damage. On that Lore Bard run, I did make Orin one-shot herself. She attacked me one time, and she died. There's a clip of that somewhere around, so you can actually see that. I don't have it available. I think it's fairly recent in Discord. More recently than that, So Black was doing a Retaliation run, and he killed the entire House of Grief in one turn of making them make opportunity attacks against them. Every single enemy in the House of Grief. He killed them all on the first turn where he was just flying around provoking all the attacks. That's Viconia, that's the Crusader, that's everybody in that room. One counter charm could get a retaliation effect. You can put whichever one of the paladin oaths that gets that retaliation effect you can put on others, you can put that on counter charm. Random question, does Scroll of Knock actually exist? Yes. It is not in random loot. There is one in a fixed location in Act 2, and then there is a vendor in Act 3 that sells you one every time its inventory refreshes. And that vendor has ratified pristine wares. Yeah, you see some spectacular things on offer. I hear. There's one in Act 2 in the Masons Guild. Behind the hidden room that has an offshoot of the room where the Hat of Arcane Acuity is. There's a chest that has a knock scroll and a disguised self scroll in there.
I hear shouting.
Grand Duke Raven Guard could be inside. Don't just stand there. Push!
Alright, I'm going to consider that an invitation. Inviting me to help rescue Raven Guard.
Ooh, the usual strat up here will be quite difficult. I'll need to make sure I succeed concentration on this first hit of sun damage I'm gonna take. Just unlikely. I mean, I have 14 con, I have proficiency, I have +1 from happy. Having Whispering Promise would have been nice for this, but oh well. I'll recast Darkness if I have to.
The softest touch. Keep it quiet.
I have 17, cool. Forgot Helldusk already. I have the mats for Speed Pot.
We'll do it my way.
Yeah, interesting. Sunlight hypersensitivity is also checking for if the target is in sunlight. That's cool.
Hurry. Time for a new approach.
This is a cool example of a combat that is affected by this run. Because my normal strat is much more complicated. Also, I don't have the consumables that I try to have when doing this. Ah, protection. Clever. Not the low roll. I'm gonna go into the darkness. Second wind. Ooh. High roll. Nice.
Leave no trace.
It's annoying that I'm having to reapply the condition every turn, but forgot to destroy the ladder over there. Gauntlet Dane should be almost out of spell slots. Every Cure Wound she's used is one Guiding Bolt she won't use, so I'm okay with that. Especially considering I forgot to equip the correct weapons here. Turns left on this. Makes me nervous that I haven't killed any of them yet. 3 turns left. I don't need a main hand weapon right now. Astarion before the Tadpole. Something like that. Still benefiting from Tadpole powers. But this is like a what if the Tadpole didn't actually protect him from the sun as well as it does in the events of the game. Back to Eldritch Knight fighters, I don't naturally to focus on playing. If I go pure Eldritch Knight, good way to see through darkness, pick up that spell. It's better to utilize another way hanging around inside it. I mean, you could always put it down, walk out of it, attack, and you're turned inside of it. But Eversight Ring in Act 2, Shar Spear of Evening at the end of Act 2. Those will both take care of that for you. I do have another Darkness Scroll. I don't know if I want to commit that yet, though. I may have to. Hypersensitivity is so cool. Yeah, I wish it was less of a pain in the ass to apply. Like, if I was more technically knowledgeable in that area, I'd have had a mod keeping the condition on me, but work with what I got.
With finesse. They won't expect this. Now they see me.
Darkness from arrows, shorter duration spell scroll. 3 turns instead of 10, which effectively means 2. But there's different tricks you can do with them, and of course they don't require you to cast a spell. So they have different use cases.
Let's find some prey.
With the Dane down, I'm mostly worried about Yeva and Ephron. Not necessarily just fight duration. Like, you can deliver darkness arrows as part of your attack action, so you can, let's say you have good bow damage, well, you can deliver that and create darkness at that location at the same time. Also means if you have extra attack, you can put darkness in multiple places. You can use darkness arrows to refresh the duration of existing darkness. It's like, see how this darkness cloud has a duration of 5? Imagine this was an arrows cloud. I could then create a new arrow of darkness, and then as long as it was touching this one,
this old one would inherit the duration of the new one. So you can keep spreading darkness to keep the duration going. Something you can do with arrows, but not scrolls. Because you can only concentrate on one. Missed the 90%. What did I roll? A 2. I needed a 3 to hit. Three turns remaining. I might need to take steps to actually fight them inside that room. It's obscured in there. I really don't want Yeva able to do anything in that instance. Ephraim makes me nervous too, but I don't have a weapon equipped. Change that first. Going for Spirit of Evening? Almost certainly, yeah. By that point, I won't really need to worry about the damage of the sun. I'll be more than tanky enough, but it will just be a nice, convenient thing. Warlock, Dark Vision give you blind immune from darkness arrows just from the spell. It's from magical darkness as a whole. Mick, so, yes. All of it. Go stance. Don't if that one doesn't work with fog clouds though, why would it? It's for darkness. Fog isn't darkness. Failed saving throw against Bane. You have good spell save DC. Nice. It's 17 on you. Good for you. This could get interesting. You +8, you can hit me. Didn't get XP for you. I guess that fire wasn't credited to me. Rip. She okay? I think so. Sounded like she was having fun. Oh, with the crit. Disgusting. 33 damage.
There better be a soft bedroll in my near future.
Come.
Working on it, Floric. These things take time.
May I trust you'll see it through?
Thinking what weapon I want. When in doubt, spell Sparkler.
Go. I will seek.
Just like old times. Quietly.
Oh, the crit, that's my boy. Hey, found it again.
Now they see me.
I'm gonna roll a little bit higher. Interesting choice. Lurk. Good cat.
Let's be quick.
Quick! Get me out!
They slaughtered everyone. Mary. You should have stayed. If I just kept my mouth. She said I'd never. Oh, Mary.
He was dropping chemical weapons over there. Holy fuck. No, you stay in that half of the room, man. Oh, no. Don't look at me all guilty. You know what you did.
Monsters everywhere.
Not a monster.
No, I was ready to run you.
Let's see here. This is the spot Rugen marked. Doesn't look like much.
Rugen invited me.
You spot. Bugger! And.
I like drop poison for that guy.
Don't mind if I do.
Good progress so far today.
That's far enough. What's your business down here? Answer honestly and maybe we'll kill you clean.
Hold on. That's the lad who saved us from the gnolls. Let him in.
You revealed our location. That tongue gets any looser, Rugen, I'll cut it out.
You can use my tongue instead.
Come down then. Seems you're a friend of the family.
Isn't she great? Are you so quick to say that? I don't have to answer that.
You steal anything, you're dead. You need to buy me. Tenfold what, please.
If you have the gold, my pet artist will make you a most heroical likeness. I doubt you've got that kind of dosh line about. All right, so maybe I was fishing. He's all...
Well, you should at least know what you've paid for. I am...
You recall a recent...
Right, but unwise. Say, I don't suppose you could spare...
We also don't get off at 3 AM again. About to hit 1. Yeah, get some rest, Mystic Line. Thank you for hanging out.
They got paintings in them. A few, yeah.
I owe you. Our trader can show you some of our more
What's up, dialogue with her? One of my Armor runs lost out a bunch of good stuff, so now I make my mistake or problem my nerfs whole place when I get my bow.
Of course. Got some interesting stock for a friend of the family.
Rupturing Blade is really fun. I'm not above this. It's even a run where I have sleight of hand and plan on stealing. I'm really not above this. You guys go too.
Radio note.
Double shop is nice. Good one to have fun. Wish you luck too at this point. Luck seems redundant. Luck is sometimes necessary. Thank you. I appreciate the thought. Trying to think of I thought of a problem suddenly. Getting into Last Light. It's definitely over a bridge. I don't know if that's still water or not. I got time before I have to think about that though.
They won't know who bit them. Yes. Into the shadows. You're mine. What have we here?
Camera. That stuff to wears.
Tread carefully.
Good progress. Level 6 will be where I can really start doing the thing. Uncanny dodge. So I can just dodge the sun. Trying to think of earliest access to radiant resistance, and I just keep coming up Bearheart. Can't think of any other way. Elixirs are later. Is there a fixed location elixir somewhere, maybe? Holy water. I'm not allowed to have that.
like that trick. Fire on my weapon, on my melee weapon too, rather.
Let's find some prey.
Hide. Maybe I want my crit immunity here.
Don't linger.
Let's equip my shield. This out. Hide.
No trace. Just like old times.
Sword looks cool with fire on it. I have crit immunity from there already. Duh. Well, I guess I equipped the armor class. Maybe I want Bracing Band on this, because I can pretty consistently just have a bonus action free to shove someone. Who are you going for?
Keep them guessing. Ready or no?
+6? Yeah, you can't hit me. I'd almost rather just two-hand.
On my way.
Dash over here, hide. Bye. That's rage.
Whip. They can hit me now, which makes it more interesting. What if for my second feat I take Great Weapon Master? Great Weapon Master Thief, Feller Aloof, it just seems fun to me, you know? And the fun. Give me. Really playing Eldritch Knight, started with 17 strength, got +3 Tavern Brawler, Heavy Armor Master, Ethelhair. Use a Vigor Potion, only at +1. 2 defeats maxing out 20, be worth respec and start strength of 15, risking another setup. Buy up to 2. With what? So like Heavy Armor Master is always going to be strength. And you used Ethelhair on strength, I assume. So that would mean base 17 strength is going to be 19. Then Everlasting Vigor. Well, then Tavern Roller gets you to 20. And then Vigor should be 22. It might depend on the order that you've applied these things. Because Tavern Brawler and Heavy Armor Master will apply in your stat menu. Ethelhair and Vigor will apply after, so that should work if the order that you applied those things is the order that you listed them. If it isn't, then respecking to even the same spec might just correct that, maybe. If not, then I would say you can go down to 16 strength. And then in that case, Vigor, Ham, Haghair would put you, Vigor, Ham, Haghair would put you to 20. And then you could put Tavern Brawler to Constitution if you wanted to. Or you could go down to 15. If maybe that's what you meant. Yeah, okay, I understand what you're asking now. You go down to 15, Tavern Brawler would put you up to 16, and then the other ones would put you up to 20. That'd be a total of 20, and then that frees up the stat that you get to add to your character creation to dexterity, I guess. You could use that to put your dex to 16. And +1 could go to something else. Yeah. Respecking might allow you to do what you were intending to do, is the takeaway from that. Crush damage. Nice.
Infuse it.
Your strength is low enough, you don't want to attack me anymore. Tragic.
Into the shadows. On the hunt. Come on then.
Also rogue bad.
That's curious.
Hello, chum.
Hells. I know I haven't said. What? All the more reason I know. And I wanted you to know the I'm all for it. Be my mirror. What do you see? But I will slay their monster.
You can slay my monster or whatever. Well. Alright, I think that's it for today. So tomorrow will not be this run. Tomorrow we'll be starting a new co-op with Danny. It'll be somewhere around my normal stream time. Approximately, something like that. It'll be cool. There will be a couple mods in play that substantially change the gameplay. And we got builds in mind. So, cool stuff. Then, let's see. Saturday, possibly continuing co-op with Dade. I may have a family obligation that I might not be able to commit that much time. We'll see. Yeah. Who's live right now? Lots of people live. Dade's live. Mark is live. Kara's live. Kara's been on for almost 9 hours. Oh, she must have gone live right after I did. Yeah, a few minutes even. Nice. Yump is on. Karlak of all trades? Ooh. Let's see what Mark's doing now. Let's see what he's up to. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle for Mr. Mark the Power Hour. He seems to be doing a Jack of all trades, true solo, honor Karlak. So, one level in every class, no summons, no temporary companions, and I assume continuing the restriction of no endgame allies. So interesting routing. I imagine it's still Restless Region lock, or not? Maybe not Restless. Oh, it is Restless Region lock. Cool. Seems he's cooking. Yeah, I'm curious to see what he's working on. So I'll catch you guys over there. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Forever.